I think this has been a success regardless, and they're going to get shot out by Biel as he's been able to survive through the majority of this game. So that's a nice little start. Getting destroyed, gets himself Himas. Can he get himself all three? And he said the story. Yes, he gets it. What a recovery!
On fire.
I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. Drafting coming into. Oh, look at that!
Trying to go for the res regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course, with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to rev on down as Snake has continued.
To an extent, they're split, and then you have all of that.
Time to send it, see what you can get, and look at this. Everybody's taking shots.
Yeah, that shift was pretty rough for Falcons there. But
Game P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12.
Better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent.
Be consolidated with likes of Falcons, Gen G, and Fury have to go, but Falcons already stretching their way out. SDG get caught not just once, but twice.
Where these guys are, they're going to have to leave that spot eventually. And another knock coming in. Big nade, and now Penta is just going to crash in, and that is pretty much academic. Duel will take a...
He gets himself one. LFP stands in the open, but he's shut down by Hot and Spicy. It's a 3 versus 1. Now make it 3v none.
For a team like New Gen All-Stars that are sitting up at the top.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Gladiator. Now he's got Enzeto to deal with as a pig battle. Do not get the headshot multiplier. So this fight really works in favor of X10. Big nade launched on the edge, and it does a ton of splash damage to 2. That's a focus on to X10. X10 lose 2 in the blink of an eye. Mars is going huge on the opposite side for his team. Mars steps through and he gets another one. Is he going to get all 4?
Safe until suddenly it's not. Here comes the speaking of it's safe until it's not. Oh my God! Basically injected, and a little bit of this hillside cliff that drops down over into the, I guess, the center and the west of what we're watching. K-Mine though.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all, kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are covered in reason. But now we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Hey guys, I'm Gustav, the new player for Falcons. Today I'm playing with 3 new players who's never touched a PC in their life, probably the worst players to ever exist. And we're gonna try and win a game. And maybe next time they can carry me. I'm also gonna try and teach them a little bit about the game. and we can take it from there.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 noobs, 1 pro.
What a zone we have here, boys. Alright, so when you land on the ground, you need to press F to get into the car.
Alright.
I'm going to pick you all up, stack up on each other, stand on top of each other.
That afternoon, we were very happy. Gustav was a very kind person and gave some very important tips for us.
Alright guys, let's split out here and loot now. Take a corner each of the city. One of you go south, one of you go east. I'm going west.
Alright.
Loot up.
Where is south?
Alright. Alright.
To better follow the journey, we split into 4 cars.
Let's not go through the city. There could be some rats in the city. Let's go left in the city here. Follow me. You guys see that big rock on top of the hill? That's where we're stopping, boys. I think we're also stopping on the tree, though.
Yeah, that's me.
I'm gonna hit a tree.
When we reach the place, we started looking for enemies.
What's going on here?
I see nobody here.
We're just roleplaying now. I get it.
We had family found.
There's people here. I'm stopping on this ridge on me. You guys can stop on my ridge as well, and to my right on green.
The enemies were not that close, but it wasn't a problem for Gustav.
The grass to the left, running on green. Knock them.
He was very fast and was leading our team to the battle.
On the close wall. Guy that knocked you.
In my first battle, I had been knocked.
Oh my god!
And thanks to Gustav, I was saved.
Save me, Obama.
On me.
Gustav was leading the team as a real captain. Until then.
I'm knocked, guys.
Gustav had been knocked. And our main enemy was present at the game. Our own ability.
Bill!
I'm sorry.
What are you doing, man?
I'm sorry. I saw someone. I thought it was an enemy.
The guy who had killed Gustav was about to kill our entire team. And only the guy who had killed his own teammate would fight him. In one shot.
Wait, you just killed him? What the did I just watch?
Not even Gustav believed what he saw.
That is unreal what you just did.
Actually, this is my second day playing PUBG, so don't worry.
Yeah, sure thing. You've been playing all week, I can tell.
And the first major kill in PUBG, we never forget. Biel was proud of himself. On the battleground, Gustav decided to change his clothes to camouflage himself. His skills was fantastic.
Nice.
But that was a pity. Because your teammates
Fire, guys! Back, Biel! Oh my goodness!
was literally a big failure. I tried to hide in the smoke, but it didn't work out. Death after death. Gustav couldn't save anyone. But even that, it was nice to see Gustav play. Your agility, your posture, everything that player could want. My biggest dream was to be like Gustav. He would take us to the victory. But alone, it's very difficult. And with 3 noobs, it's even harder. Applause for Gustav, who participated in the challenge. 3 noobs, 1 pro.
Lost one crucial team fight, which was all on me. My teammates were trying to hard carry me. They got multiple knocks on enemies. They were just being demonic, insane. I didn't expect that much from them, but they showed up and I didn't. So basically all on me, and that's it.
Kickstart being the aggro one here. Tiggleton being that anchor man, playing a little bit further back, has that shield to play around. Kickstart taking that bulldog roll, getting in there, waiting to hear some footsteps. Clausera gets knocked very low, has to be careful. Santihiro, Kicks gonna spot him out. It's just playing around the smokes right now and the shields.
So close. Clausera trying to make a hero play. Santi at range, spots out Kickstart, gets damaged. Blue Zone's gonna be able to provide some resistance, but it's gonna be a counter on the inside. It's a 1v1. Tig low on life, Santi on the other, but Tig has a shield and Santi only has a bush.
The Liquid able to get everybody back on their feet once again. Joshy does get that revive, but how long can they stay alive here as Luke 12 and Alo will try to make the push in. Joshy holds the line, gets one, gets two. Joshy holding it down for pest control. Most little divot here, the little pond, and all of these teams coming from the south are about to come into their line of sight if they don't kill each other first. Rock, though, continuing to make a life hell here for last breath. The Panzerfaust doesn't even get used as Fantastico is finding knocks after knocks.
This is where Rock can thrive over here, last breath, trying to do anything they can to stall out, and they just can't find it. Fantastico goes for a great peek. He's not done yet. Peeks on the other side of it. Wolves, high ground, trying to exploit it onto the Toyo side, knowing that they're going to have to move into a much more open area. But remember, Toyo has been hunkered down for a while. Probably has a ton of utility, a ton of throwables to be going for, but H1 and the boys just landed it right on top of Toyo.
Oh.
They get bounced right into the other nade. Blue zone just chunking.
Oh my goodness, what utility from Wolves. And another one gonna bounce right off of Soul's knee as he tries to make the mad run into the zone, finds a little bit of cover, but 12 kills now for Copenhagen Wolves.
To get away for the time being, Blue Zone is behind them, but not enough to do any work. So they have time to retreat from those nades. And
oh, he's going for the C4 car. It didn't work. Oh no. Distraction at least, but Purdy Curdy gonna get taken down. Now all of a sudden it's a 2v2.
Fancy gets center control now. Molotov comes up, takes down Lucid. Sneak attack, the furthest away. Backs up against the blue zone, and I think that Kurt can even see him. Feeding information over, lots of damage, and Team Liquid runs forward. Not denied on the map this time. They manage to take 14 kills in first place.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for the finals here at PAS1. My name is Sophies, and joined by Porosaurus and Matchroom as we get ready to break down the action. You just got to see the highlight reel of highlight reels as Cowboy yells yippee-ki-yay all over his opponents. I believe we're going to have even bigger moments this time, Poro.
I think you're right. Look, last time, lest we forget what happened with the Falcons and Godlike were able to do last time around. Godlike had an explosive day one, but then the Falcons came from behind and captured the whole thing. So we'll see if that will be a return to form, or will another contender step up this time around.
It'll be even easier to beat Godlike this time, Matchroom, or so I hear.
Well, I mean, it depends on how you do the factors around it, right? Because Godlike qualified on day 3, but Falcons and Team Liquid only qualified on day 2. So I don't really know how we can look at the power rankings off of top 3 from last one versus coming into this one, because it's a bit all over the place, right?
Godlike didn't qualify, right? Did they not make it? They didn't make
it.
They got knocked
out.
They made it.
Okay. Whew.
Last
For a second, I was trying to remember who got knocked out there at the very end by one of the greatest moments in Fate history. They were chaotic, Matchroom. They were fighting everyone, and they got
storied history. It is
the bitter edge storied, right? Yeah. Well, they ran 3 days. It counts. It was a fun watch, right?
Hey, we've been doing this for a month now. That's enough to be somewhat historic, right? Because if you can come through that many rounds, there you go. See, I got you. And let's not even forget about the cups. This has been like a half a year leading up to this point. But, I mean, respect, Fate, I Am Bolivia, last minute clinching it up and having to do it in a lobby where Godlike was absolutely dominant. But you do have to feel bad, 55, narrowly not making it inside there by just a couple of points. But I mean, what's in the past is in the past. Now it's a matter of can you keep the momentum off of that day 3 success, or the squads that came in and did manage to qualify on day 1 in those top 8 spots. What do you got now that you've been able to watch the competition for 2 days?
Well, let's take a look at the schedule you've been watching. We've been watching this for 4 weekends, and we are now in the final stage of Finals 2. And now I remember why I brain farted. It was 55 Esports was the other team I expected to get through day 3, and they did not.
Yes.
They will not be attending here as Team Fate slid right past them. Godlike, though, also made it a little bit tricky, like you brought up, Matt, getting to this stage. So it should be fascinating to see how they bounce back today with the big moment. They haven't changed the roster. They just changed the name. So everything should look the same, as does the schedule. Now, the bad news for you guys is this is the end. After this, there is a little bit of a break. So make sure you're here for all 3 days because no one likes time without PUBG, Poro. So you got to get your fill.
They don't. Nobody likes that. Well, the good news at least is that it's only a couple of weeks to turn around until we get back into the global series. But that's everybody, man. That's not just our boys from the Americas, our cozy, comfy teams, our cozy, comfy blanket. Well, there you go. You can see the team summary. But as you mentioned, so basically, long story short, finals lobby from last time. We've lost Pest Control, 55 Esports, and Affinity. We've added Chapinski's, Fate, and I Am Bolivia. I'm interested to see what Chapinski's can do because, like Fate, you know, they barely missed out on the first one. They got kind of got fed a spot here in the last game just because so many teams were crashing on top of them. They ended up with a bunch of points, and credit to them, they won the fights. They got it, but Chapinski's actually looked pretty damn decent and qualified, I think, on day 1. So, or I'm sorry, day 2. But I'm curious to see what these guys, what these 3 new teams can bring to the lobby. What kind of new threads they can weave into our tapestry of Americas.
Chapinski's qualified on their day 1, right? So, but the fact is, they played really well. They were exciting to watch. I'm with you. I think they're going to be good to see. Here's participating teams who are taking the field today. All the other stuff doesn't matter. I love those guys. Thanks for playing. But now it's about these 16 teams over the next 3 days, 5 games apiece. It is a few less matches than some of our pros are used to over the long run, 15-5 a day. There's a little bit of adjustment, Matt, but not as big as there was in the group stages.
I mean, yeah, if we're going to 15 games from 5, I think everybody's going to be happy. Do they still yearn for the days of having 18? Yeah, but I mean, more often than not, those last 3 games were just the last-minute nail-biters to try to cinch positions in the more of the middle of the pack. What's really drawn my attention, though, is we haven't had a chance to talk about them so far today. It's Copenhagen Wolves. They were the 4th place position whenever we did the finals last time around, and they qualified heavily in first. Whenever we did see everybody else that was above them, those top 3 teams didn't even qualify, and a lot of it was due to the ransacking of the lobby that the Wolves were managing to put on.
Yeah, the Wolves did a great day 1 combat, 56 points. They were ahead of their nearest competitor by 10. And it felt like far and away they just looked really good. That interview we had afterwards with H-Win Poro really made me feel like this team is in a good position, even looking forward to internationals going forward.
Yeah, you would hope so. I mean, look, they came in here at the start of this thing, and I think they'd only been a roster for a few days, a week, maybe at most. So it stands to reason that there was going to be some time getting to know each other, kind of figuring out how things were going to play out. And it felt like by day 3 of finals last time, they really started to kind of figure out what was going on. And they put on a big show on that last day. I think they ended up with 3 seconds, a third, and a fourth on the final day. Couldn't get the win, but you know, that's neither here nor there. They still managed to put themselves in 4th. And I know that they are laser focused on getting the win here because they're going to need to in order to jump up in those PGC points.
As you bring up PGC points, that's exactly it. The Wolves need to get as many points as they possibly can if they want to jump into the international combat zone, which is basically what you're getting out of this. You're getting your PGC points, you're getting EWC opportunities. This is the moment to prove that your roster is what it takes, and these guys do look like it. As a reminder, playoffs the first time around, they finished first on the first day with 62 points. The second time, first on the first day with 56 points. They fell off a little bit, you know, on one day, I feel like, in the finals, but this is a team that has been consistent, that feels like they're past that honeymoon at this point. It's been 2 weeks, 4 weeks at this point. So I think, is it safe, Matcham? Is 4 weeks where the honeymoon ends, or do you think there's a little bit more of a timeline on it?
Bro, I don't even know. There was a period of time where we were talking about teams for like 6 months still in their honeymoon phase because we had squads that were like Falcons slash Sonics at the time and Shoot to Kill slash Team Liquid at the time that had been together for forever. So it's hard to say in the modern environment, but we do have a lot more roster swaps that occur just due to the volatility of how signings go, EWC kind of swinging in the background, all that other stuff. So everybody's trying to qualify. I almost feel like making it to your first international, if you can, when we're talking about Copenhagen Wolves, that's the real test of metal for me. I feel like that's either where the honeymoon phase for me would end, because now you're in the real world. You're no longer just on vacation, chilling at the hotel. You got to pay the bills.
All right, as of right now with distribution, this is where your qualifications are. As I understand it, that can shift at the end of this weekend, which is, I think, why God L is stressed. They had to make sure that they got into this weekend, and that third day was very tough for them, Poro, in terms of, that it's make it or break it time. But if the numbers stay the way they are, these are three really strong teams going to PGS and EWC. The problem is there's a whole bunch of teams below them that I think could also very comfortably hold up in that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we saw cracks in the armor from Falcons, Godlike, and Team Liquid. All of them not qualifying on that first day of playoffs. Now, obviously, Falcons, Team Liquid turned it around on day 2 pretty convincingly, but it took Godlike all the way to day 3. And while they were convincing on day 3, it's still enough to leave you sitting there thinking, like, okay, well, which one is the real Godlike, right? Like, I think that they have to be nervous coming into this, especially knowing that you've got teams like Rock and Wolves and Bestia that are nipping at your heels. And all three of those teams have kind of shown that they're on the upswing, whereas Godlike, I'm not so sure.
All right, so we talked about Godlike. We've talked about the Wolves. Let's talk about another top team. We got the Falcons. They've been a little hit, or not hit or miss. They're hit, but just not as high hit as I expect them to be in some of the playoff actions. They always come back around for finals. Now, historically, when major life changes happen, say, for instance, Shrimsy moves from pancakes to waffles, the team goes off and dominates with an international win. My question is, the fact that Cat has now wifed up Shrimsy, is that a buff or is that too much stress? He's been a little bit busy this week, distracted, Matchroom. You think that's going to affect him?
They've been together for a long time. I don't think that there's going to be any major dramatic changes that happen on that one. And she's always been hyper supportive, being a ex-PUBG streamer herself. So she understands the environment, and I think that that should be fine. I'm not super concerned about the Falcons, because whenever we look at their performance, yeah, it did take them to day 2 to qualify, but then they did just come off of a very solid performance over PS before that. Sometimes they can just take a second to get going, and that's not going to fault now, but it could be a problem in international.
Also, congratulations to all of you guys. Make sure you go down to that survey. As I say, congratulations to Kat and Shrimsy, and congratulations to you for a chance to give your opinions. You can scan that QR code down there at the bottom, and you can give a PUBG fan satisfaction survey to help improve PUBG esports events and broadcasts. That's all I'm going to say about that. Scan it, do the survey, enjoy it. We'll give it to you again at the end of the broadcast, so you still have a chance to have your opinions heard. So again, congratulations to the two of them. I'm excited about where they go, and the future is big for the Falcons, I think, across the board. And you're right, this is no skin off their back, but I do think a great wedding present would be winning this final in advance and getting ready for PGS. So we'll see how that goes. All right, now as we get into the first game,
the great wedding present for Kat is to send Shrimsy to EWC for a month. Yeah, I think
right? That's not stressful or uncomfortable at all.
Just get him out of here. We gotta get rid of him.
Oh, best wedding gift ever. Get rid of my husband.
You know, you laugh, but that's a gamer relationship in a nutshell. It's one of those things like, wife's like, I gotta go on a work trip, and I'm like, oh, I get to play video games nonstop for 8 days? That sounds pretty wonderful. And what also sounds wonderful is the fact that we are going to be playing these 15 matches. Now, my question for you, Poro, is how does that change strategy? Do teams have to come into this with a different game plan than they did the playoffs, or do you think that they're going to run same game plan, longer timeline?
I think the latter there. I think same game plan, latter timeline. You obviously, you saw what happened in Finals 1 when Godlike obviously got a great start, and they were able to kind of subsist the whole rest of that Finals on. Now they got passed in the end by Falcons, because Falcons kind of, had an upward trajectory, whereas Godlike just kind of like started and then kind of leveled off a little bit, evened off. But I think every team in this lobby plays different whenever they've got a lead, right? You'd rather be kind of like playing with that lead than trying to play catch up and having to do these high risk, high reward, or having to be a little bit more cautious. You can be a little bit more high risk, high reward when you know you've got that buffer, that cushion. So we'll see how it goes.
We will see, and we'll see all of that in just a short time, because right now it is about to kick off game number 1 of the PAS Finals 2. As the explosion goes off in the Hall of Fame and our intro falls to the names of those who dominated PGC for years of the past, we look forward to the PGC of the future. The first step to that journey is here in the grassy pastures of Erangel, where you have to come out on top on finals weekend. There's a huge amount of PGC points up for grabs, as well as bids to the biggest international competitions of the year. This is where the road starts. This is the moment where dreams come true. This first drop could be everything, Matcham.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get pretty simple off the start, but the longer we go on to it, a bit of a mix-up there towards the end, as a couple of squads all have eyes a bit more into the east. They should be able to separate pretty fine. Bestie is going to be probably making a move a bit more into that Milton Minor area, maybe even into the buildings next to it. And then that is going to be No Way a bit more to the north, or probably going that Lippo Lumberyard Prison area. So everything looks like it's settling down pretty fast off the start. That's no surprise. Everybody just wants to make this one comfortable on game 1. It's just going to get dicier as the matches kind of mount.
Or these players, there's a famous adage: the journey of 1,000 miles starts with like one jump or one drop or something like that.
Something like that.
Do you think these players are experienced enough? These teams all seem pretty big to me that no one's having that sort of jitters of this is a big moment, or do you think there are a couple of teams that are probably still suffering from that?
I don't know. I think at this point they're all pretty comfortable, especially the fact that we've been playing for a month now, right? So this is kind of like going into the final thing. Obviously the nerves are going to come from just knowing what's at stake, right? I think if you're looking at nerves in particular, Godlike probably right at the top of the list, kind of trying to figure out what was bothering them during playoffs. But all things said, it's a completely clean slate, right? So we'll see if they can turn things around. Is Sparking, what are you doing, buddy? You're way far away from the rest of your boys.
But he... Go ahead.
I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we might see some nerves, though, on some squads like Bolivia. Chapinski's kind of touching into this zone for the first time.
What do they got to lose?
Did go more North George, but Sparking's getting that attention now, Poro.
He is. Actually, no, I don't know if... Yeah, Haven has no clue, man. Look at this. Oh, that's tough. All right, sneaky Sparking. Why was he all the way over here? That is the easiest knock and flush. And there you go. Right off the bat. Look, we were talking about Godlike, how much they have at stake here. And that is not a great way to start your day. And there's nothing they can really do about it.
That feels researched, man. Not only did he be in a weird spot, he held the exact window that Haven jumped through. Like, he knew this is how Haven loots this area. I'm just going to wait
the
here
book out? Yeah.
Well,
that's a great way to have a good start, Matt.
Yeah, these two squads have kind of been jockeying around position, Death Road into farm, back and forth, as we've been watching different events throughout time, for lack of a better term. So this is a good modification, good read coming up, and good momentum starter coming up from Rock, because now this is going to sure provide enough time for maybe Godlike to maybe go back and get the blue chip or do something like that. I don't know if Sparking ran off with it or not. We don't get that information really, but I do like the fact that Rock is being extremely proactive off the start, because sometimes that can lead to them have some ruin and put them a little bit behind on the leaderboard in day 1.
You know, the action's kicking off. I'm going to head out. Gentlemen, good luck. Godspeed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, of all the teams to give it away to, it had to be Rock, didn't it? One of the teams that's very much in the chase and trying to knock Godlike off their pedestal is Toyo. I think that was shots from Duel sent over towards Falcons, and then Toyo's just been kind of tooling around in this area, Matt, looking for a way that they want to set up all 4 players.
Yeah, this is the Everest circle that we're kind of eyeing right now. 2 players duel up on top. Then we've got Team Liquid, the Spattering to the north, Falcons down to the southeast in the compounds that we just looked at. Toyo in the mix of it all, just trying to figure out where they can hide in the shade of Everest. Nobody else really making big rotations right now. We have Chapinski's that's on the Georgia Pole Bridge coming from North George. Fate just coming into the north, as well as Bolivia back behind that. And I don't know, we keep seeing this pole to the southwest of Everest kind of repeatedly. I'm not necessarily a believer in the patches have circles that they like mentality, but there's enough that consistency I sometimes start to go, okay, it feels like we get this territory a lot.
I can tell you one team that'll be excited to see a circle go back there. This guy's right here. Chapinski's managed to secure their spot in the grand finals from a circle much like this. Just south of where they currently are here is Toyo. Just collecting ammunition for the mortars. That's looking like might be a way to soften up the top of Everest. We'll keep an eye on that. Remember, guys, this is the new patch with environment terrain destruction, which we saw be a huge player in the playoffs. We'll see how it plays out here in the final.
Rent-free doing rent-free things. They've got goals, and those goals are leaning towards Bolivia, but Bolivia's already prepped. If anybody gets too close, there could be some shots. This is going to be north of the river coming out of Georgia Pole, so kind of close to Fate as well, but nobody really wanting to overextend this. Rent-free is going to regroup. X10's also over here in no way could be wrapping around a similar location, so it looks like more of a focus on maybe just trying to pick up these vehicles, and that's no surprise given the fact that we've got doubled up in rent-free right now. And if you're wanting to live rent-free, you got to also make sure that you're avoiding those car payments, right?
Indeed you do. That is, this can be very, very chonky as we see Godlike. Looks like they didn't get the chip from their fallen teammate, or if they have not gone to a revive station just yet, and they're working in from the south side here, very close there to New Gen All-Stars. You see Furia, they're going to set up in the yellows just ahead of NA as they are starting to pull through.
How much does New Gen All-Stars want this? And it's not bad enough to risk making the push right into Furia. Instead, going back over into the east. Oh, good shots coming up from BL.
Oh, hit BL.
That's going to be Iga down and flushed, and that's an awkward spot to even try to go back for a blue chip.
Yeah, that chip's going to be left on the table, I believe, as New Gen All-Stars will just retreat over to those North Primorsk houses. They'll stop down just on the outside of Waves, mostly. We'll see if they camp there, if they decide to keep on moving. We still got a couple of teams off to the southeast, Matt, and Rock and Bestia that are making their way in. And then Rent-Free is, well, they're doing what Rent-Free does. They're being hyper aggressive up there in the north over by Severny, and it looks like they may have spotted out X10.
Yeah, X10, you could have some problems if you aren't careful on this one. Severny usually gets a lot more breathing room, and this is also very odd because Rent-Free did chase Bolivia into the circle, grabbed a car, then went back to Severny. I guess maybe they are trying to reestablish loot or maybe get some control angles, but it feels more like it's
dominance.
Looting. I don't know. This is this is just really awkward because they're in vehicles as they're roaming back into X10. So it's not like it's a formalized trap. I don't know what's occurring.
Well, Honey Badger, he's got the bullet hose, and he's going to send a lot of rounds over towards X10. Not going to find any heads, but he will do a lot of damage to that vehicle as the rest of Rent-Free is continuing to be hovering around here. But I think X10 retreating to that warehouse may be the sign, say, okay, we'll stick around, we'll take a few shots, we'll keep eyes on them. But X10, they are in for a very long and painful rotation into this circle.
Lopez got Dad Buff back behind him. Got to be careful. Dad Buff holding down the buildings inside the valley position. Looks like he's just kind of the foothold guy for Fate right now, so no way on one side of it. A lot of our, I guess, newer squads really hoping this is going to go north because no way Fate, Bolivia, Rent-Free, X10, all were trying to make the exodus into the circle.
My goodness.
In that northern area. And meanwhile, just more down in the south, it's getting dicier by the second as there's just not enough space to play.
A lot of teams closer. Rent-Free is actually hunting X10. They pushed out. They kept going after him, and now they're paying the price as Cloudera will get the knock on a Gats Jam. Going to keep on chasing Cloudera, who's down to half HP. His vehicle's about to explode. He's got to hop out, and he is still alive somehow. Jam will stop down long enough to try to trade back, but Kalnix has the angle.
Oh, great shots. X10
instantly turns this back around. Just 2 players now up for rent-free. This is the problem with these early game roams, and this is very far outside the circle, so entirely unsupported by anything else. X10 just plays it, survives well enough, and holds themselves together.
I guess Rent Free decided that X10 was the team that they really thought that they could take a fight with, but X10 holding strong here. Very hyper aggressive on the part of Rent Free, especially in game number 1, trying to come out here and see if they can collect some free points, but instead they lose 2, and now it is just, I mean, if you're X10, you stick around and you finish this off.
I mean, Bizzler's trapped. There is nowhere to go. I mean, support from Honey Badger has already been abandoned. He's just going for vehicles. Looks like he's just trying to get an anchor position in the circle to get by this all. Maybe he can distract, but if anything, this does kind of slow down X10 a bit. But no, he does come back for reinforcements. The timing was absolutely abysmal for it because it was just a quick peek over. And X10 at 4 kills already as the circle still stays around Everest.
All right. I mean, I get the point. You know, I get the plan, the idea on the part of Rent Free, but Cloudera stepping up in a big way there for X10. Got that first knock and got the last 2 as well. So X10, 4 points in the bag, but they still have a long way to go back to get into this next circle, which has gone to the south of the river. Just kind of how everybody thought it was going to, right?
Yeah, I mean, this gives you the most territory that is, I guess, quote-unquote playable. We'll just ignore all the fields and the radio tower fields and blah, 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 blah. We've now kind of got a setup where it's going to be Wolf in a very wide split down to the southwest. They've got that under lock. Chapinski is just to the west of center. Team Liquid trying to get a bit more center. Duel still holding down Everest, but looks like they're moving more down to the footholds. Falcon's going to be external over that into the east, and then Toyo as well as Godlike down in that southeastern area. Here comes Furia. They've got a plan to jump into a very open circle, and luckily most people are in vehicles, but I feel like that might be changed by the time they decide to pull those shoots.
We'll see if they go all the way to the coastline. This probably could be safe. It's just a question of whether they'll get vehicles or not, right? Well, Falcons, they look like they're completely content staying in this 2-2, or no, well, not even a 2-2 really. They're just in one compound. I really like Chapinski's position right here in that 2-2 split, kind of just off center. They're looking really good, but they just got to keep eyes on the north, make sure that No Way and Fate don't get down right into their party.
So looking at this, we've got Nugent All-Stars coming in from the south. Rock Bestia pretty close to each other, coming around Pachinki, trying to get into the circle. Back behind that, of course, it's going to be X10. And then Bolivia are tail end rotators. Fate's still just open in North Georgia Pole. They're going to a little bit gate kept out by No Way, but it's still inside the circle, so it should be fine. Everybody, though, is just trying to avoid those fields that are the center. We've got the Gaka side, and then we've got the radio tower side, and I guess Snakers is going to be the foothold guy for Wolf, trying to defend that in case they need it.
Yeah, the spot that Wolves is playing is really good as well. It's just, is it really good in C2? We'll see how it plays out. But they've got a good enough split here. They're managing to scare Fury away. The fact that they're doing it here in game number 1, where teams are more likely to be a little bit more on the cautious side, I think they might end up getting paid off for that. So we'll see how it goes here as Chapinski's continue to try to defend. They're just keeping eyes on Furia. They've got No Way. Nobody else looks like they're going to be sending it into them. They should be safer now. But that southeastern side, Matt, that looks like it's about to get dangerous.
This is just a good modification coming up from Chapinski's. They played in the circle. You mentioned it. This was a circle that did them very well, where they kind of fought tooth and nail to qualify, get themselves into this tournament. So now they realize the positions that were really hard to deal with, taking them early, and now just get free reign on a lot of shots. Looks like that is going to be Vox starting to realize, okay, maybe there's too many people around here to keep this glider going. I think he has eyes to make a landing here pretty quick.
He should be fine. Yeah, I think that was just kind of like, let's keep him up there as long as possible, just so we can kind of figure out where everybody is posted up in and around these fields. So far, so good. They're safe here. Bolivia. Oh no. Kickstart and Shrimsy find 2 right off the bat. And now Bad and Viri are just going to have to send it off to the north and hope to survive.
We often talk about the strength of that compound, but we don't get to see it because too many people play the angles away from it. Well, Bolivia just learned very hard why you be very careful in approach, as we still keep in a little bit of Everest. Bolivia's got to make a rotate. X10, Rock, New Gen All-Stars, and even our guys hanging out around Georgia Pole. All we'll have to get into what is very Everest field circle with a smidgen, I guess, of swamp down to the south.
Well, Bestia might be in trouble here. You saw them just sending it in, that light purple. They're going to go for the fields, but the problem is Wolves took those good spots a little bit early. They might be able to play around some dips here. Looks like they're actually going to do that. Stop down, smoke out, and just play in this one little bit of safe area. Now, the problem for them is if anybody around them that saw this rotation has mortars, as you can see, there it is, that destructible terrain playing out. So they will dig themselves a little bit of a cubby here.
Look, the mortars are just going to make it so much easier. Then you don't have to dig anymore, right? Just make sure you avoid the massive nuclear explosion that's trying to land on your head sometimes. Everything will be fine.
I mean, you've got Falcons just off to the east. You cannot possibly tell me that they don't have a whole bunch of mortars on them. We saw Toyo actually playing around with them as well, so we'll see if they get close. Here's New Gen All-Stars try to come in, and unfortunately they're going to pull in a little bit later than Bestia, and Bestia is already on the clock. Balefrost very low, will make it through, it looks like, for now, as Finna will find the water tower and just hide out underneath.
Good guy, New Gen All-Stars, leaving cars and wreckage inside of these open fields, providing more cover for everybody in a very barren circle. The rest of the lobby will gladly appreciate that, as Bolivia is now up on top. Looks like Bad and Fury are going to be coming down from Everest, and that's about the safest way you can hold for right now. Fate looks like they are trying to move a bit more east. Here come those Toyo mortars that you were talking about, and I think, are they focused more on the Bestia positioning, or is that more on the dual line?
I have to tell, actually. Okay, they're going for New Gen. All right. Feel like the Bestia one might be a little bit of an easier play, but I mean, that being said, Bestia does have a lot of room to roam around in there, so I guess eyes being sent over where Toyo has vision, and yeah, he's just send it onto the water tower, hope for the best. As the two front runners, Emmy and Capitan, will see those fall just a little bit short. Oh, never mind. That one's going to fall right on top of Finna. But what do you do now? You got the knock. You follow it up?
I mean, the timing is going to be really awkward for it, so let's see if he can get it. I don't necessarily mind Toyo going after this, because Bestia also has that hillside that's going to kind of defend them a bit better, so the closest range threat to them is actually going to be New Gen All-Stars. This gets them a lot more control. Question is, did we manage to see the res come out in that little bit of time it took to find some more? And yes, it did.
I like it. Just waiting to see if he got anything off of that one. He's forcing New Gen All-Stars to keep moving around, which, I mean, nobody else is really looking over there. Oh, there it is. Okay.
No.
Well, the problem is they've got Godlike has a mortar as well, just on their west. You can see it on your minimap.
Somebody on that squad tell Finna where he needs to go, because apparently mortars are his kryptonite. It's a bit of a problem over there as the new circle has popped, moves more field-sided, keeps out most of Everest. Now Hospital no longer going to be in place, so No Way's got to make a rotate. Fate as well. Down to the south, we're also losing, I would say, like, almost all of the swamp. So Godlike, Rock, X10, all pretty much going to be on top of each other. Even Chapinski's on the edge of the zone, not going to find too much success if they stay there for too long.
Yeah, X10 is interesting. Godlike is interesting. They keep going onto that mortar, and I'm wondering if they're going to be sending it towards New Gen or if they're going to send it towards Wolves. They have to send it somewhere that's going to be where they're going to come next. It looks like they're going to send it to Bestia, so long range coming in. Tiggleton's actually going to be the one that gets the flush after Godlike got the knock, so Bestia had to be expecting that. So far only lost one, but you see some long range shots being taken, Matt, and No Way is losing players.
More and more dips just being provided for New Gen All-Stars, but now they have to deal with Rock, who's rolling right beside them. Is Rock going to make the commitment, turn back into it? It looks like they are. Jumps out on one side, but RBN has a great angle into this one, and Rock took that one clean and fast, man.
Really clean, really fast, but you wonder if maybe a little bit too early, because you got X10, you've got Godlike down there, and RBN can't really see much of anything. Is that smoke or is that a grenade? Okay, that must have been a smoke. Nope,
smoke that time.
That's a grenade. No, he's going for cover here. All right.
Yeah, I think that's what he was trying to do the first time, and then accidentally flashed himself.
Yeah. No, this is. I mean, I've talked to Coach about this, where you can now put terrain, you can put dips and cover in off angles where teams aren't going to be expecting. So if Rock does get crashed here in the end by an X10 or by a Godlike or even by a Toyo that's coming in from the east, they have different angles that aren't going to be expected here, as Fate is going to try to push past Bolivia.
Okay, now kind of caught in the crossfire, but there's only two. Tater goes down. Veery manages to survive it. Here comes a very dedicated push, crashing right into his face. Oh, no. But Veery does not care. Finally goes down. Any support on top. Bad can't get the angles to support fast enough, and he's got to get there to keep his boy from being flushed out. And now it's just a Hail Mary nade to see if he can do it.
He's been spotted out. Good work there from Fate, and Kurt will actually be the one that does the honors and gets that point. So Fate should be able to reset here. Now the question is Liquid going to be aggressive off of this, knowing how damaged they are? And actually Falcons is coming on as well, but Godlike trying to hold the line here against X10 with the blue at their backs. X10 leaving it to the very end. Tony down to 8 HP, but he's defending.
There's just so much external firefight coming into this one. You can see Rock and Wolf trying to get involved. It is just LFP, the last one up. Needs to drop the nade onto Klaus Eric. Does he have the speed for it? No, it goes just a bit too far. There is nowhere to really go in. Now that this kind of reset has happened for X10 on the other side.
Oh,
the shots connect, though. LFP keeps his squad up and going, but the circle moves away.
Yeah, I mean, at what cost, really? This is Godlike just waiting and waiting and waiting to the very end. We'll see if they can reset. Falcons, though, turning their attentions toward Team Fate. Tater is down, and they've got 4 kills already. Remember, Falcons got the first win of Grand Finals 1, and they're looking strong here in Grand Finals 2.
They've got the high ground. Fate's just kind of trying to find some way in, but Gustav leading the way. Couple of shots, just going to see if they can get any flushes on. Kickstart does go down, but it's all just full-on smoke battle. Another set of shots come out. This is connecting quite well as Fate is starting to rally this back together, just kind of playing along the smokes just enough. That means that Trimsy's got to defend on one side of it. Oh, he goes down. He at least gets some damage out, and finally, Fate goes down, but it is absolutely demolished. Falcons, they've still got to get in the circle.
Damn, Team Fate holding strong there at the end. It looks like Falcons will only lose 1 in the process as Frogman gets summarily dispatched from the lobby by Capitan on the motorcycle as mortars are coming in from elsewhere. I'm not sure if that was his own team or someone else, but they still have to find their way in. Pippa now the last player left alive here for Bestia, as No Way is dead center. Everybody else playing the edges on the south side here.
Yeah, Rock still got a little bit of that high ground that they're playing around, but they have to be careful. Any peeks will get punished immediately from everybody that's going to be to their east. Trying to keep a little bit more control on what's happening with Wolf just to their west. Furia trying to do a bit of the same. LFP still trying to get in the circle back behind this one, so now it's just getting a bit dicier. Falcons are starting to take shots at Toyo, which opens up more movement for Rock, so they're starting to crest the hills just a bit more. But Japinski is trying to see if they can take any shots down to Furia, starting to pull everybody down here to the southwest in different directions.
Oh my goodness, a Kraken. Good shots. Kicks down Piero, and Falcons are on the move. They're down to 3. They've lost Gustav. They're going to hug the eastern side of the blue, pushing right into Toyo. We'll see if Furia, looks like they're going to send it into Chapinski. So 2 big fights going on here as Toyo's going to get friends and Falcons just like that. How quick they get taken down.
I mean, that was just read by Toyo. They saw that coming a mile away. That gives them a little bit more liberty. Chapinski's still under absolute distress, though, as Furia is just dropped down right on top of him, and there is nothing that they can do about it. It's going to be Duel's Kane up on top, trying to get a little bit more out of it as well. But the South, again, becomes our focal point as Rock and Wolf are still on top of each other with LFP back behind them.
And Team Liquid just vibing in the compound in the north side. They're just all by themselves. Nobody really looking over in their direction. They can just kind of sit this one out and wait till the end as Toyo under fire from Duel. You see they've taken a couple of knocks on the fakes in an Emmy. Sold is going to go down as well to Capitan. Unfortunate timing there. But Copenhagen Wolves are starting to get active. They're going to come over here and see if they can take care of Rock.
Just straight up pushing in their face. The circle's going on the other side. Rock still holding the defensive line, though. Duel taking a couple of shots at the backside of Rock. Also now taking shots at Wolf. It's kind of made everything scattered out. Kawazine, Sparking, both trying to see how they're going to be playing for it. Kawazine goes down. It is just Sparking, the guy that kicked off everything, getting the first kill of this match. Now getting attacked from everywhere except for the path into the circle. But he knows the moment he pops up, it is going to get punished.
You hate to lose Snakers on that one, but you love to be able to pick up a couple of kills. 4 now for Wolves, and they still can try to find the way into this south side. I love what Furia is doing over on the west. They've got 2 looking off to the north, 2 keeping eyes on the south, but not overreaching. Okay, Kurt. Goodness gracious.
Just patient and methodical here. Team Liquid in no big rush. They know that they've got the control angles to play from. Sparking finally goes down. It's going to be Penta's Duel, or Duel's Penta that actually ends up getting him. No Way still in the center of the circle, but I mean, they've got this hillside that Team Liquid can play before this, and that's going to give them even more vantage points on everybody that's moving into a very, very open circle.
No Way, no kills, but no pressure either. They are completely content. It looks like they're at least starting to see things to take shots at. Is Team Liquid trying to be the aggressor here onto Duel? They're going to find another one as Kane goes down. It's down to just Sharp Shot and Penta as they have a little bit of a ridge line to work with. Team Liquid starting to get look like they're getting a little antsy here, but they're still inside the circle. They can take their time with this.
I'm kind of shocked that Team Liquid hasn't made a little bit more of an aggressive move for that hillside yet. I don't think that they want to do it because of Duel's angle that's made it
Furia
a bit dicey on the way that they're going to be playing. Well, no, because they'll still be away from Furia if they get it, and they're starting to go for it now. I think that Luke's finally gone over and established the foothold. Feels like Team Liquid's gotten enough control around Duel that they can start to make that play. I'm also curious, though, with the dips the way that they're set up, if somebody blows up No Way's cars and they land on top of them, isn't that like the perfect fortress?
It kind of is. It kind of is. Well, I mean, you saw what No Way did. They dug underneath the car as well to kind of give them an additional layer of protection here as the Kraken come out there, and he's going to get greeted by a couple of shots right to the face. The Team Liquid, they are landing the shots right now. The only problem is that nobody's really revealed themselves. So 3 kills only for them on the board. We'll see if they can collect a few more here in the end game.
Well, it is a field. There are a couple of rolling hills looking out around this one. So that's kind of where it's gotten a bit lack of vision on what Team Liquid has. Team Liquid has a lot of vision on the circle itself.
Oh boy.
But not the best on a lot of different angles. But hey, you don't need vision whenever you've got the mortar, right? You just have to make sure you're doing the math right.
Okay, Halo, let's see if you got the trigonometry. As it goes in the sky, we follow it all the way, and it's going to fall well past.
That was, I mean, look, we call him the close range king or the close range god, right? Mortars, they're not close range. Sure, throwables, but it's like you're putting a throwable in a tube and then you're having to so you're not really throwing it. So Team Liquid's trying to stretch their legs a little bit. While it's familiar territory, still could be a little bit closer. Duel, though, not necessarily going to go for too many more peaks, as now we are starting to see Alo get more vision. What's going to be happening with the northern section of Fury? The southern section, still pretty safe for right now, is No Way not really taking any looks around because they want no way of a chance for anybody to go after them, as this is going to be mostly the Wolves trying to get in the circle to the south and Furia regrouping into the west.
Yeah, this is mass. Okay, there you go, Alo. It's that one square on. They're trying to follow it up. We'll see if you can do anything about it. Looks like Zakraken just takes the body and run. Yeah, let's get to the smokes. Maybe we can try to go for a res, but Furia, yeah, I mean, this is the worst possible time to take that knock, isn't it? As they are trying to fight their way in from the west, but a massive circle shift in the favor of Team Liquid means they almost have to win this game for this to be worth.
This is, I don't know where Furia can go. They really want to remove Wolves, and it's going to be Duel now focusing on the Wolves rotation down to the south as well, but Team Liquid is very focused on the other side of what's going to be going on with this duo from Furia. Slowly and steadily, you can see that Wolf is creeping their way forward, trying to see if they can stalk any opponent into getting into this, but it's just gotten to that point where you just have to take the more brazen approach.
Oh my goodness.
That is going to cost them Flood. Follow up, can anybody else? No, that is going to be H1 going down as well, and the Wolves with nowhere to go just get pulled apart.
And Furia steals those away from Duel as well, so despite the fact that Furia is kind of in a really tough spot here, they managed to collect a couple more points for themselves, steal them away.
But right onto No Way.
They had to go somewhere, didn't they? And No Way, they still have a little bit of utility left in the pocket, but just going a little bit far. DraftKings and Posa still very low, but they can afford to slow down here. Do they have any offensive utility left?
It looks like they're just trying to drop smokes in to stall out anything. They're still very concerned about Team Liquid. Team Liquid was hoping that they could get an opportunity to get a bit closer. Blue zone going to do some damage, but not make it too detrimental yet. DraftKings gets a good angle onto Team Liquid, but he doesn't want to overhold it. Duel still trying to creep their way into the east. At least gets one of their players in, and I believe that's going to be Penta. Sharp Shot's going to be right back behind.
This is such a crazy position here, too, because Furia loves this little ridge line because it's in, but they know that No Way is down there. They just have nothing. Well, Post's got 2 grenades. Why is he not throwing the grenades? Is he, I guess, just trying to save them for later, late game if needed? But look at this cover they have to work with.
I mean, right now, No Way is technically a problem for everybody else more than they are for them. Because
that's true.
No Way's pretty hunkered down. Sure, you see the cars there, but you don't really want to overcommit anything into them because it is kind of stalling out Team Liquid and keeping Duel from going after them. And it's almost a secondary barricade right now. So you get a lot of movement. And it's not like No Way can pop up and suddenly jump on top of you from the other side of the hill without just getting torn apart by Team Liquid or Duel.
No, they really can't. This is Frog and the Scorpion right now with No Way and Furia. We'll see who ends up playing which role at the end, but Team Liquid still trying to make their way across here. Posa, though, has the angles, will land a couple of shots, but Liquid doing their damnedest to make their way further into this circle, and they've got cover. They've got those Doritos that they can hide behind.
And Team Liquid is just taking the most methodical approach humanly possible to this circle. They want to start momentum very big, but I mean, the amount of kills that have been coming out from Furia so far is absolutely astounding. No Way has none, but that's not necessarily their fault. Well, kind of. They chose to go to the spot early, and they've been being punished since then, so they can't look at anything. The only thing they get to see is the kind of, I guess, bent like textures that come out whenever you dig holes. That's about all you got, and there you go. Easy toss down in there. That was just a nade down in the corner pocket if I ever saw one.
Yeah, I mean, this should be super easy cleanup for Furia. But we'll see. We'll see if they finish off Slabby or will hold on a little bit longer. Team Liquid, though, they're starting to get a little bit more aggressive, getting into utility range here for No Way, and they're actually going to steal. Do they steal that away? They do. So Team Liquid taking one away from Furia.
Sitting at 6, and it feels like momentum is on Liquid's side. Cowboy is also going to take down Draft King. This is just the lack of terrain and space down here to the south did put these guys right on top of each other. Pose is now going to start taking some of that blue zone, but I think that he might be able to survive this. Looks like he's timed out everything just right. So, Pains down to the south continue, and Duel wanted to use that opportunity. He took about 2 steps over, but Penta does drop the nade onto Kurt, making this a bit more dicey.
I'm telling you, finals, Penta is just delivering in a huge way for Duel. He did last time around, and so far so good here in match number 1 of Grand Finals 2. Team Liquid should be able to get Purdy back on his feet, as it looks like all utility has been spent now for Duel, and they've got the blue at their backs.
Nowhere to go except towards the trees and the Doritos. Looks like Posa's trying to keep a focus onto Penta. Does get the shots. Nice double pick up from Furia to find the kills. Now looks back onto a full Team Liquid. Panzerfaust, not going to be enough. Kurt goes down. Posa wants at least one more, but cannot get it. That is going to be Team Liquid with 8 kills that takes the first round victory.
Team Liquid, and look, they had a great position to play from that game, and they got a massive circle shift in the late game to cut up to the north to where they could still continue to play that compound, play along the ridge lines. But what do we always say? If you're gonna get those good compounds, you have to know when to flip the switch, start getting active, and go out there and start hunting kills. And Liquid does exactly that, Toffees.
They really do. It's fitting that we watched the opening highlight was Cowboy with that beautiful Molly jump kill, and then here comes Team Liquid out of the gate and day one in the leading position. Leaders of the pack, front runners, looking good. But also, you got to give love to Furia matchup. Those cats can steal kills, and boy, did they.
I don't know what it is about that squad, but they always find a way to scrap together another 1 or 2 points in ways that you just don't expect them to do it. I mean, it was great read from Pose to go after Duel. I just feel bad for everybody that was in the south of this circle, though, because, God, that rotate into that field was just terrible.
As the game comes to an end, we see Godlike making some big moves here. Tony up and top, moves over to LFP. He got a good spray. There was a lot of chaos in the mid game, but again, that came down to another really tough circle, Poro. Yes, with destructible terrain, it changes the way it's played, but this used to be an even harder circle, I suppose. Just good old-fashioned open space.
Just wide open spaces, just like the Dixie Chicks love, but not as much of an exciting thing here as the mortars. They were. It was weird. You saw Mortar. You always expected Mortars to be kind of a big player in these wide open field endings, but you saw a lot of knocks, not a lot of flushes off of those Mortars. As Posa, oh man, Posa almost pulled off something magical there at the end for his team. But that is scary. If Furia is kind of coming into this feeling themselves a little bit, that's spooky, especially if you're looking at Godlike 4 points right now, and you've got what, Furia, Rock, Copenhagen Wolves, all the teams that are chasing you down. They're right behind you. And
Horses
Liquid.
and Cats, yeah. Horses and cats at the top. I guess the secret is put the head of an animal as your logo, and you're going to do well when it comes to kicking off these events. Team Liquid, though, 18. This, for me, is extremely exciting, Matt, because you saw the players there. This is a storied roster with a lot of great players. I do miss having Penta Lol on the team, though I do think Penta nading Kurt there at the end was weirdly poetic, as I remember Kurt and him being sort of the kings of nades together once. But this Team Liquid looks really strong with this roster. They're shaping up well and coming out strong on day one, game one. That tells me they're going to have a great tournament.
Well, it just feels like they're in another innovative phase, right? Team Liquid is not leaning on what they've been playing for several years. We're starting to see them start using more opportunities, starting using more of the different meta. You don't really have a choice in some of these kind of situations where you've got to start just figuring out how you want to play around the explosive, how you want to play around the destructible terrain. And we've seen them try to use the BRDM a little bit more effectively. Now we're starting to see them use like the mortars and kind of the explosions in the terrain more. This is a squad that feels like it's almost due for another evolution, and I don't know if that's due to Cowboy coming in and just kind of lighting a spark or something else like that, but it feels more like the stylish Team Liquid that we used to see.
Yeah, it does, and I was going to ask you about this. Let's go a little farther down that road, Poro. It feels like Cowboy has sparked up this team a little bit. Is that something that you see a big change? I mean, the change in roster, at first, everybody was like, I don't know, man. Losing Sparking to get Cowboy is an interesting trade, but so far it's working.
Yeah, look, Sparking, obviously a phenomenal player. And I think you ask any of the Team Liquid guys, they will tell you the exact same thing. Like, phenomenal, mechanical, like he's gifted. He's insane. But when you had the success that they had at PGC, and then you follow it up with kind of what was just a generally forgettable year on the most part, you kind of got to make a change. And Cowboy obviously has been a great addition so far. It's been looking pretty good. We'll see how it goes when it comes to internationals, but he's got the experience, and I feel like he's also got that same temperament that the rest of those guys do, right? Like, he's very chill, very low key, and that's kind of the Team Liquid brand.
I'm not saying this because he has a bushy beard or because we talk about his Metamucil or because we call him old and ask when he's going to retire. I'm saying this because it's true. Purdy has a very, like, father-like carriage in terms of how he leads the team, and I think that this idea of Cowboy falling into that sort of, like, intense practice but really open conversation, a willingness to sort of be dialoguing as a team, I think it works really well for him, and I'm happy to see him in a roster where I feel like Cowboy can really live up to his full potential. We've seen him wandering around events before, sometimes as an alternate, sign as the fourth man. This doesn't feel like that anymore, and that's what I love to see, Matt. When I see a player who has been grinding for a long time find a roster spot where he doesn't feel like the fourth man anymore, that gets me hyped up for the whole year.
Well, I mean, whenever we look at Cowboy and whenever I think about Team Liquid, I always just think about them as far as people that kind of know who they are, right? Like, you're not going to see a lot of big changes come out from their personalities because they've kind of already established themselves. I don't want to say like they're grown up by any means, but they kind of have that maturity to them. They're not necessarily like chasing the popularity. They're not like just trying to rage bait on social media or anything else like that. They're coming in, they're hyper professional. Cowboy always had that, but it felt like he was always trying to find something else that connected in with this. So this does kind of give him that in-row, while also giving Team Liquid somebody that's not afraid to be a little bit showy on that mechanical side, that we have seen that they do like to pick up that type of caliber of player on a regular basis to be that fourth that seems to be rotating. I'm not necessarily certain that we're going to see Cowboy stay yet because that fourth spot has been rotating a lot, but it does feel like he is the fit that could be something dynamic for a long period of time.
A little bit of that flash, that energy to the team, and I do hope it stays dynamic because, again, it's a roster, it's a bunch of players that we've watched for a long time, and we really appreciate what they've given to PUBG Esports. I'd like to see them get a little something out of it, right? When I thought they were on track to raise that PGC trophy that time they got second, I think all of us who were there were like, this is a big moment, right? We've watched Kurt work his way towards this for a very long time with a really strong roster, and I know that was devastating. So to see a roster that can maybe push them back into that spot, love to see it. Let's talk about some of our other teams that put out some numbers there. We had Rock Esports, Copenhagen Wolves, both showing up in the 4th and 5th spot. Poro, it's not lost on me that some of our favorite teams, the ones who we're looking at to really walk away with the big PGC points, are also starting out strong on game one.
No, I mean, and this is what you expect. This is what you expect from the team, the pedigree that these guys are coming with.
Yep.
I thought Furia looked fantastic fighting from that western side. I mean, to end up with 9 kills coming from that western side and just kind of third partying all that stuff, and even managing to make it all the way down to second when they were pretty much trapped outside of zone felt insane. I'm excited to see what Wolves do. I think there was a couple of missteps there when they were trying to make pushes against Rock, but Rock was just playing crazy. Like, that's two of the teams that were looking the best that just ran into each other. So all in all, like, the teams that you expect to be delivering here in day one, through one game at least, they have looked like they have come ready to play, and that's exciting news.
Well, we're through game 1, and now it's time to get on to game number 2 as we head to the dusty dunes of Miramar for the second match out of 15. We talked about how important it is to start strong, and some of our teams definitely did, but there's always comeback potential, especially when it comes to a map like this, where options are infinite and endless, especially with the ability to destroy terrain now. We've seen this over and over again. Matchroom is we've really seen people able to dig in new bunkers, turn hills that used to just be light cover into heavy cover. It's a fascinating evolution of PUBG.
Yeah, and whenever we look at Miramar, it's so... I love to watch how people are trying to figure out how to use the destructible environment a bit more here, because Miramar already kind of gives you a lot of what that same, I guess, destructible environment would give you, right? You've already got a lot of foot push capabilities. You've already got a lot of trenches. So really, you're just trying to customize them to. You're just trying to find, like, a dip that you like, maybe spread it out a bit more, or find a new angle that you want to hold, or do something else like that. And it really kind of elevates a play and makes it a lot more sneaky as we get a very southeastern circle. My lord.
You know, if Toby were here, he'd be excited about the island. Maybe it'll happen. But we'll be on standby just in case. As I will say, X10 can be very happy with this pop. You know what else has been absent from this one so far, Poro? No traps. Haven feeling better about that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely Haven coming out ahead in this one, at least this time. But Godlike, he hasn't had a lot of time spent in this game so far, so maybe we get a few more minutes into his average survival time. But yeah, slow start for Godlike, but we'll see. I mean, this far eastern circle, given that plane path, a lot of teams coming in from the west. So you basically, your eyes are going to be drawn to the north and the south, right, to see who's going to be rotating in from where.
Well, there are a bunch of teams that we want to keep our eye on. One has been Fate. They barely made it to the finals in one of the craziest compound crashes of all time. Let's hear more about it.
We lost Timfy early, and we really wanted to get him back, and we were really questioning if we should go res in Sev. So that basically they were all unexpected fights. The first one we just got sent into by Tempest, and then me leaving to go res Tim initiated FN, and then Pest just pulling up late. We tried to keep taking space, but I guess we were just destined to fight the compound. But that's where we got a lot of our points there. Like, I think we all knew that we could qualify for finals. We all have finals experience. But I think after that second game where we were able to regain of day 3, we had a really rough game 1. Just we got snuck up on, and then able to regain and have a solid 9-point game. We're just like, yeah, this is just lock back in, keep the consistency, and it's possible. Just got to keep the consistency. That's the big one. Consistency is the key to PUBG. If you can maintain a good point average, then you succeed. How we follow that up, trusting one another, listening to the calls. We certainly share the calling duties amongst the team. Just kind of, hey, we should do this. If someone sees something better, we go with that. But mainly keeping the communication up and trusting one another. That's how we'll keep that.
Don't think I didn't notice back behind you, Dad Buff. Those were.
That's all I was looking at. I'm gonna be honest. I missed out a lot on what he said there, just because I was puppy gazing. Oh no, Finna. Oh, gets spotted out. Oh. And yeah, he is not getting rezzed either. He is a mile away from his team. Goodness gracious.
All right, so I know there was the island joke. I always just hate whenever I see the circle because it feels like it's going to go in Paula Fields, and I think that a lot of the teams are already playing around that X10 in position early.
Cantera, yeah.
This is going to be just terrible. But there is a world where it goes to the southwest, kind of like Puerto. Like Los Leones. That could be fun.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we haven't seen that in a while. For a while there, it felt like we were seeing it all the time. But yeah, it seems like Eastern Los Leones has been, haven't seen it in a minute. But Benya, we'll go ahead and secure that one. As Finna, we'll go ahead and watch this one from a different teammate's point of view. Duel actually running in the middle of X10 right now. So a lot of teams actually sending it right towards the middle. And then this is even going off all the way off to the west of Vitamar. Do we escape? Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. This is not going to be a full-fledged fight. This is just kind of like Oops.
Yeah,
Didn't mean to see you there.
This is one of those, like, we've seen Rock be a bit creative at the start, but I think that this was more just a rotate style situation. RBN is going to stay right along the coastline. Nazera doesn't want to kind of continue to go on this line until the rest of the squad comes back behind him. Most of our squads are playing in Paula or to the south or north. Nobody was wanting to make the commitment in the fields or even Los Leones. We do have Chapinskis all the way over in Alcantara that looks like they're kind of holding out, finally getting into vehicles, but this is going to be a very late rotate. I wouldn't be surprised maybe they're aiming for Circle 2, while we've got Bestia kind of caught up with New Gen All-Stars over here into this northern area, just on the outskirts of Minas Generalis.
I'm just kind of, look at how many wolves is taking up the entire, like, they must hate looting next to each other. They just each got their own city up to the north. So hopefully they are absolutely flush with loot right now. Looks like they are coming back together. But that'll be one team coming into the north as Godlike is making their way in. Furia should be coming that way. It looks like Chapinski's might be looking over in this direction as well. So that north side of the circle, depending on the timing, could get bloody here early on as I see New Gen All-Stars just thinking about Finna whilst in the sandstorm.
Well, the timing on the sandstorm is pretty good if you were going to be going for that northern rotate, but everybody's a bit behind on pacing except for Godlike, so they're the only ones that can really do anything with it. We do have a couple of these shots that are going back and forth. This does look like Sharp Shot is going to get flushed out, and that's going to be No Way. Finding themselves in the later stages of the last game did net them some placement points, so getting a kill early going to keep them in a pretty decent spot right now. Curious to see No Way's growth throughout this grand final.
That's a little greedy on the part of Duel there. I mean, they're holding down Impala pretty much the whole city, and they try to send Sharp off to hold down a place on the other side of the road with no real cover, and they end up losing him for free essentially. So they have got a great spot, but they're only 3 strong now as you see Rock and I and Bolivia continue to just run into each other. And now we might be throwing Toyo into the mix here as well, as they are just off just down the road ahead of them.
All right, so if you're a good person, you kind of want this to center up, go a bit more.
So not me.
If you're a bad person,
yes,
people on the leaderboard, you want this to go north. Because right now we have Falcons and Team Liquid that are very close to each other. Bolivia rotating next to Rock yet again, because remember, these guys got in that dust up on the outskirts of Almar. It's just going to be a continuation of that to see if maybe they can pick up a kill off of it. Not going to find it. Toyo also got to be coming into the south. Well, we also have X10 and No Way all over there. So that is a potential brew of a firefight if we get a crazy circle. If we get a center circle, most of the squad's just going to have to huddle up next to each other and get a bit cozy, like it's campfire.
Yeah. Make some s'mores. When's the last time you had a s'more? Like an actual campfire s'more?
Actually, like about a month ago, was just kind of playing around with the fireplace whenever it was hot.
Why does that not shock me? Honestly, I
love marshmallows. I make my own marshmallows.
I know you do, and I'm kind of setting you up for this, to be honest. But yeah, no, dude, it's been so long since I've had a. Now I've had s'more flavored things, which never really. It's like banana, right? Like banana flavored things don't taste like bananas, right? But s'more flavored things don't smell like s'more. But you're Europeans out there, the s'more is it's a piece of chocolate and a toasted marshmallow sandwiched in 2 graham crackers, and they are amazing.
All melty and squishy, really good.
Oh, they're
I'm gonna
so
give
good.
you guys a wild.
Europeans
fact,
have s'mores.
They should. I mean, I don't think that chocolate and marshmallows, graham crackers, maybe. I don't know. All that seems like that's readily available, and I don't know why it wouldn't be. But
somebody's saying I don't care, poor. Well, I do. I do.
You don't care about
s'mores?
s'mores? Who doesn't care about s'mores? That's
Goodness gracious.
choice in life.
L take. Honestly, L take.
Like saying you don't like macaroni and cheese, man, or mashed potatoes. These are all just like top tier things. I'm sorry.
Well, you said if you're a good person, the circle goes where? South, you said?
No,
you're bad.
More to the north.
More to the north. I thought if you're a bad person, I thought it was a bad person goes north. Well, I think if you're a bad person, it cuts hard west into those Cantera fields, because that is going to lead to absolute insanity, as you see how centered, like just in a line down the middle on the coast, all these teams are. And now we got a couple of teams coming in late. It looks like Chapinski's found an E-pickup, so they're going to take that. We'll see where they decide to drop. But Rent Free coming in, Furia coming in, New Gen All-Stars, I think, kind of hovering around in that same area as the sandstorm rolls through. But other than that, everybody else is kind of playing around this center line around the coast.
I'm curious to see where Chapinski's opt to cut their shoots here, because there is the Impala high side hills that they could play if you wanted to go that route. But I don't know, man. That just feels dicey if you have to try to get out of there. Big setups now, as it's all just going to be the timings and health circles. Set Nugent All-Stars, get some friends, and it's going to be rent-free. Gatsa Jam just run straight into this, as we do stay pretty centered. Looks like we are going to cut out most of those islands, but to the south, it looks like it's going to be a regroup cluster between Rock, Bolivia, and Toyo.
That's honestly not the worst thing ever. And actually, this is going to be nice for Chapinski's, because they'll take that Impala high ground for free, and they'll be able to scout out everything that's going on around them. See a few shots from No Way and a couple shots from Bestia, but they probably are going to get up there pretty easily. Yeah, not a bad shout there for Chapinski's. The only problem is it's going to be whenever this pulls away. If it pulls away, they're going to have no vehicles. But for now, they're vibing.
Respect to Chapinski's. They time that on the secondary circle. That's one of the things that is a great thing that you can bring into your own games. Making sure that you time your emergency pickups to whenever the circles pop, so that way you're making a choice and not instantly regretting it 10 seconds later. So now, as we're kind of watching the maneuverability of squads on the circle, it does look like Wolf is trying to make sure that they keep control over Factory and Impala, and that's going to put them in a line right up against Godlike. Nugent All-Stars might be wrapping in behind Godlike, or maybe Fate, one of the two. We also do have Bolivia getting right up next to No Way. And this is a bit more dicey in defense.
I don't know what that hit. It looked like it exploded when it was in between the houses. I don't know, maybe it hit an awning or something. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Gladiator gonna escape with Slabby, as No Way will survive. For the time being, I and Bolivia gets a nice little spot for themselves along the roadside. We'll see how deep Rock decides to come as well. They're just now passing Puerto on the very, very south side of this circle. New Gen All-Stars, they've already run into some problems early on. Lost Finna, and now they're having to make their way past Team Fate, past Bestia. But Impala Mat is completely empty right now.
Yeah, nobody wants to make the just drop off for it yet, and I don't blame them. But New Gen All-Stars could steal away that there's a couple of buildings right on the outskirts, near the crossroads, just to the north of it, right as soon as you come out of Impala. I think that that's where they're going to be heading. That kind of gets you an Impala if you want it. There you go. Right there. That's about the best that you can find. So you get the best of both worlds. If you want to go back to Impala, great. And if you don't, then you don't have to worry about trying to get out of Impala. Problem is, with Chapinski's positioning high ground, that's not going to be too cozy.
No, it is. And Wolves on the move as well. Still, it looks like they're going to continue playing around the coastline, though. They might have... Okay, Shimboy gonna figure out that Impala is actually free, and he'll call back the rest of the squad, and they'll play from the hard cover. Now, I think this is better. I think this is what you'd prefer. If you were a full four-man, then maybe you could do a 2-2 between those two spots, but down to 3, just play from safety. Try to get to late game. I think that's going to be the call here for New Gen.
Impala making use, man. Being full-on antelopes there, just jumping straight back in after going to the outside of it, being like, nope, too loud over here. You guys did not know Impala. That's what it means. Antelope, essentially. It's just an African antelope. That's why they also name the car after it. Yeah.
There you go. Now you learn. Did you know Tame Impala is only one guy? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I can't help myself from memeing. But where's the next circle going to go? What's the worst case scenario for this next circle? I guess worst case scenario for everybody else in the lobby is if it cuts north, and then Chapinski's just gets to free farm ADR on everybody from the high ground.
Northwest is the most mathematically likely situation, but it's not ever going to do that. It's going to go down to the southwest. So
that's not great.
Keep some of their high ground in. Not great
for
Godlike.
Falcons.
Not great for Godlike.
Not great for Godlike. No. Not great for God. Good for Duel. Wish you had 4. Great for Team Liquid. Once again, Team Liquid. Never thought I'd say it, but Team Liquid catching circles here early on. We'll see if they continue to catch them as the game progresses. Is Godlike just having to send it on through? And I mean, this is where Godlike ran into all their problems, right? Whenever they were having to chase these circles, trying to get in going a little bit deeper than they were able to scout out. And this might be them playing that spot that you just saw. Maybe LFP. No, he's going to keep on going.
Well, Duel's not taking shots yet, so they're being pretty patient. Trigger Discipline finally coming in. Looks like they were going for the tail end of these vehicles, and Rent Free is going to be on the other side. Luke 12 is going to get the knock on to Bizzler, and it is just a crossfire of squads trying to rotate. Toyo even has Emmy out in a vehicle right now trying to scout, so I don't think you want to go out there, Emmy. This is the bad place. This is no good.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Rent Free getting ripped apart here. I Am Bolivia looks like they're running into Copenhagen Wolves. Team Liquid holding the line here against what's left of Rent Free. I think most of these were knocked by somebody else, but Team Liquid going to be the beneficiaries, or at least one. Is Jam now the last player alive? He'll get spotted out by Alo, and Rent Free down in 16th again.
Wolf makes a push along this coastline. They're going to be right up next to Bolivia. Viri already down. Looks like Wolf has already repositioned and really timed this out well. Viri's left the building. He's trying to creep away. This is a bit hard to defend because this is a very escalated slope. So even the guys on the high ground make it a bit more difficult as the reinforcements just trying to keep Viri in. This one is going to draw the attention of a lot of nades as each one does go down.
Nice job from Kamba on the high ground to defend that res. Gets the knock on to H-Win. Snaker's just playing around the walls. Some utility got sent over, but not enough to pull him off the revive. So there you go. I Am Bolivia back up to strength, or at least back up to 3 strong. Kamba has that high ground, but Snaker's don't run away. You know he was there. Oh no.
That was a dirty angle. And I mean, now it's just guy on top. You don't go that direction. It's just, where can you do? But that was just very cleanly played from Wolves.
Yeah, you can't, Kamba can't protect you from everything, man. We'll see if Kamba can stay alive a little bit longer for Bolivia here as you see Duel. Oh my god, Kane just out in the middle of the road. Not for long though, as he goes down, and that's gonna do it for Duel. Sucks for Duel because they had great position early on in C1, and they just end up getting pulled apart, so they're gonna be definitely pissed about that one.
It's so hard to defend these like really good positions in Circle 1 when everybody wants them in Circles 2 and 3. Oracle's already left the high ground, so that means the Chapinskis have a path into Impala. Fate, you can see, was just trying to see what they could kind of look around at, and that's instantly punished as Oracle is going to spot out Shinboy. Chapinski's not really going to be on any areas to support him. He's all on an island right now, so he's got to put in the work all himself.
Yeah, the guys on the high ground were making sure nobody else was going coastline, but now they can put their attention back over here towards New Gen. But the problem for them is that New Gen is inside this hard cover. So this fight, even if they get anything off of it, is going to take forever. And I don't know if they've really got the time for it. But the problem is, Matt, remember, they had that E pickup, so they have no vehicles, no real way of getting into this next zone without having to just run across these wide open fields. So I think the plan here for Chapinski is, now that the circle's pulled away, let's get points.
I mean, that's about all they can do. X10's going to be on the other side of that. Chapinskis have spotted them out. New Gen All-Stars also going to have to deal with a little bit of duress from back behind from X10, but most of it's being focused onto the 3 players on Chapinskis that are still playing the high ground. Oracle just kind of being the guy that's leading the path for the squad. New Gen All-Stars now have a road in between them, and it's going to be a lot dicier, but a couple of shots from Oracle do hit, make New Gen All-Stars say, maybe, okay, we don't really want to deal with that angle, but I don't think that they have anywhere else they can go. New Gen All-Stars has to focus on Chapinski's just due to X10's positioning.
It was sliding across the crease there, but I think Chapinski's. I think the only other thing that could really maybe have done is taking this fight a little bit early and try to steal away the vehicles that New Gen All-Stars had. But now coming down the hills, they're getting spotted out. Finna apparently got brought back, but he's going to get sent back once again now by a bolty shot from Tater, but Chapinski's is falling apart as we speak. Gabuto going to go down to the zone, and now Oracle, the last player left alive.
We got a phase 4 med battle going off right now between Oracle, Balefrost. Balefrost, though, wanting to make some bullets.
There you go.
Creeping in. It looks like he was seeing if maybe Finna could be enough of a distraction, but this is just all going to be stacking. Yeah, Chapinski's just timed this poorly coming down from the hillside. Down to the south, though, we do have Wolf, Rock, right on top of each other. Rock's got the high ground, just trying to drop nades right on top of Wolf. Santastico connects. And this is going to be really hard for Wolf to try to regroup around.
That's going to be rough now that the blue zone is here. Again, just neither team wanted to do this and hold off on this fight, but it's just the way that the terrain kind of made it played out. And they also have to keep in mind that Falcons have that compound just off to the west, and they have to avoid the line of sight as much as they can. Sparking, though, going to find H-Wing, going to finish off Flood. So picking up points here for Rock as Vox and Snakers. Well, it looks like Snakers just going to try to escape.
Nowhere to go. Timing for it. Santastico goes for 1. He gets knocked just down to 2 for Rock right now. Timing is pretty bad. Sparking's going to be running in right back behind this one, but Santastico is going to get flushed out by Snakers. Should be a counter flush on it, and it is all about poor old Snakers. Just trapped over there as the circle has popped, and it goes right into the fields.
Ah, man, you would love RBN to come over here and put some pressure on Snakers if you're Sparking to see if you can kind of survive a little bit longer. But Falcons, they smell blood in the water. They've left their compound. Now the circle's pulled away. They're going to come out here and hunt and see if they can get a few points off of these guys that are coming in weakened from the zone before turning their attention towards the next zone. As Furia has the entire west side again to themselves. It's like a repeat of game one, Matt.
Yeah, No Way is just trying to get into the circle. They were just trying to run up their hillside, and I think that they've bumped into Bestia trying to defend. So that's going to create its own corridor. Oracle looks like he's just trying to see if he can sneak his way into the circle. So now it's just going to be about, can Falcons find anything? And they're going to be fishing into the smokes with Dynamite, get some damage. But Snakers uses the opportunity. He hops in a vehicle, and he is gone.
Yeah, get on out of there, Jake. He'll survive a little bit longer, but RBN, he's in trouble. Sparking's way off in the blue. But Bestia, they're going to run right into No Way, and No Way is coming out ahead on this one, and they pinned down a little bit by Fate as X10 is also kind of pushing in there. Bestia does go down in the end. Nice grenade from Slabby will finish them off, but Fate in a lot of trouble now.
I mean, very well played from No Way. That was an aggressive push into an entrenched squad. At range, poor old Snaker's been spotted out yet again.
Oh
Shooting battle, Snakers takes it, says, nah, I'm done with that. It's the shots. X10 over into the northwest, having to deal with Team Liquid, and they are just kind of splattered across this whole northern area.
Holy moly, corporate Snakers. He's buffed right now. That is disgusting. Okay, we'll see if he can survive No Way, but Kamba just living a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to be
my dip.
Him survive. Yep, easy. Well, Falcons gets their first kill as they were trying to hunt over here on the edge of the zone, but just didn't really see anything. Godlike will be the next thing ahead of them as No Way continues to wrap around on this northern side, seeing what else they can find.
Poor old Colzera just watching it go down as now Fate is going to be being gate capped out. Both sides of it. Colzera going to get some shots. That's going to force him the other side. Slabby is going to put in some work. Nobody left in the car. I mean, this
but
is
if there
just
was,
Fate. There's nothing to be done here.
Nah, they're in trouble, and Cloudera actually in a lot of trouble too because his teammates are fighting Team Liquid right now. So he is all on his own as Kalnix and Santahiro. Kalnix going to get taken out, and Team Liquid will take out what's left of X10. And I think they lost one in the process. Yeah, it looks like they lost. Who'd they lose?
All right,
they lost Kurt. They lost Kurt. Okay. No Way.
7
No
kills
Way
for
hunting.
No Way. Look at this. Made it in the late stages of the last game. I see you. I witness it. You're starting to try to get some consistency going on your side as we go down to the fields yet again. That means that Furia in their high ground has to move down and run amongst the rest of the mortals and deal with
Falcons.
Team Liquid. Also has to move through, but now it's going to be Falcons trying to push their way through Godlike.
They try to, and they get the initial knock there onto LFP, and they're trying to get a read on exactly where all these guys are. Look at how Godlike dug themselves in, trenched in. The good grenade from Fana will take down Kickstart, but that should be an easy res as the next grenade will come through, but Tony going to take himself out with his own grenade, and Rock Esports goes down. Godlike down to just Haven.
No Way sees this. They're making an aggressive move. They're pushing down on top of the Falcons. Beautiful read. Can they just land in? Jumps right in between them and Haven, but Shrimsy's got a great line on the other side of it. Capitan gets the flush on to Tiggleton, but No Way has to be careful. Tons of nades now starting to roll their direction. Most of them coming out from Haven.
Oh, No Way. They pulled up. They pulled up, and they pulled up all on the same ridge line here, and they're in a lot of trouble. Haven causing the problems here. I love the aggression from No Way, but it does not get rewarded as they get taken down in 6th place. Falcons able to reset up to 3 strong. And they'll see if they can take out Haven. Haven dug in like a tick on the top of that hill.
Toyo also kind of looked this direction, came over to the east, decided they didn't want to have anything to do with it. Team Liquid and
their mortars, right?
Bit of a standoff. Oh no, Soltis is over there. He's pretty close to Haven still. Yeah, see.
Oh yeah, no, they were sending mortars over here. I think that was where the mortars were coming from when we saw that fire going on. But they also have the BRDM because of course they do. Team Falcons continue to make their way up here, but it looks like Toya just going to retreat to the hardcover.
Yeah, they still have something to play inside the circle, whereas Nero no one else does. Falcons know that they still have poor old Haven over there right on top of them, but they can't do anything about it. Sitting at 7 kills right now. Climbing up the leaderboard, it's still 26, 19, 17, and then the drop off into No Way, presently in 4th, and then the ties for 13. Toyo, though, big opportunity to climb as it does not take much to get back up into that top 3 while Falcons make their push.
Well, there you go. Haven pops up again at the worst time. He's going to spot out Gustav. But I mean, this is how do you even approach this if you're Falcons? You either have to have a perfect grenade or you just have to catch him when he's looking. Shrimsy gonna go for the res kickstart. You can see he's got eyes on Haven for the peak, but another spray through and he's just brave from Haven.
I mean, you just got to deal with the rat right now. Shrimsy keeps thinking about it, but they want to keep Gustav up, and that is just the bait. Kick is waiting to see. I like this. Take a couple of preparatory shots.
Exactly.
Deny out Haven the ability to pick up. This is the way you handle it. I mean, Molotov, blue zone nade, anything else like that could put in something, but it's just enough. They do manage to get the player back up, but it's instantly punished again as Haven is just causing problems here.
Oh my gosh, this is so frustrating if you're Falcons, and they're not even going to get close enough to hear him go for the reload, but he gets taken down by DraftKings. So Furia taking care of the problem here for Falcons, and they're able to reset, but they now have to leave this hill and get into the next zone.
I'm afraid of the mortars coming out. Yeah, I was going to say Team Liquid's got them set, and they're focused right on the Falcons. Falcons gets that high ground, but now has to walk down into the field, so that's going to be entirely open in front of them. Toyo's still going to be kind of entrenched. Good aim on this one, goes right in between all of the Falcons players, but Falcons, if anything, know that they're going to be running into a no man's land, and Liquid's just dropping any of the mortars on them, expecting them to have to move forward sooner or later.
Do they even have any vehicles left over there that aren't destroyed? As, yeah, happy feet there on the Falcons. They're keeping eyes on the skies. Make sure that they stay safe. Shrimsy will take a few shots over towards Team Liquid as they try to get a foothold in the northern side. And you see what Furia is working with here on the west. They've got high ground. They've got a shelter. But they will most likely have to move unless they get a little bit more circle of.
I'm kind of curious on what Falcons' economy is like because they were very committed into trying to get those crates. That's why the mortars kept landing right on top of them, and they were not moving. They kept having to run back into it. I think they were just trying to prep for this tail-end firefight as we're in our top 4 right now. Toyo Solds, yet again, has crept over and gotten pretty close to the Falcons, but not going to overextend, just waiting for the Falcons to have to make some type of mad dash into the circle. And Team Liquid focused one side. Toyo, most notably Solds, down in the south. And all the way across the circle, even Furia is just waiting. Everybody has got eyes on this hell side, knowing the Falcons have to move.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the blue has arrived as well. And yeah, Falcons just in a lot of trouble here. That knock's going to come through. Looks like they're just going to donate themselves over to the blue.
Oh, the car!
Oh my goodness. Okay, they're just with kickstart. As Falcons, yeah, there was just no option for them. And they knew it was Liquid, right? So they don't want to donate those points over to the team that's in first place.
I mean, Fury is still rocking out today as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if you kind of want to drop it away from anybody right now. So now we're back into a bit more of a settled circle until this one pops in about 5 more seconds. Fury is still using the foothills that they've got. Team Liquid's got a lot of different movement that they can deal with, but it kind of favors nobody. Yes, a little bit of what we can see Toyo. They've got a couple of cover pieces they can hide behind, but we're moving into pretty much a ridgeline for Furia, and I think that Liquid is about to lose all of their hills, and Furia, yeah, this is aggressive play to deny out any movement from Team Liquid on the other side of that hill. Very smart.
That's great timing. Great timing on the part of Furia, and leaving DraftKings up there as well. Biel is inside the zone, so he doesn't have to move just yet, but Liquid, you can see what they're wearing. I mean, they're all 3 on top of each other. There's just not really much for them to do. They do have those vehicles. Toyo will stick it out as late as possible here, but you gotta like Furia's chances getting Kraken in there that early.
I'm a bit worried, though, because that is very close to Team Liquid, and we know that those guys have been scrapping for a while. You can see nades starting to be prepped. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of those just end up dropping right on top of Kraken due to the way that that hillside kind of curves around. Furious DraftKings, he's got to keep his boy alive and deny any of those throwables going into that angle. Looks like they're just trying to drop a couple of smokes to see if the other reinforcements can get in, most notably for DraftKings, while Toyo now focused in as they are the odd team out, so the other 2 are starting to focus in.
A little bit confused. I don't know how Toyo lost their BRDM, or did they lose? They just lose Solds. But Solds was in the BRDM, and now okay, they still got it. It looks like they're just going to go ahead and push it in. They must have just caught him when he was leaving. No, they don't. They don't have it. I don't know what happened to the BRDM. But Toyo now in a lot of trouble.
I mean, probably just too many different angles. Furia had high ground on for a long
nice shots,
time. And
Capitan.
yeah, this is just going to be Team Liquid's life. They're the team that doesn't have much cover to work with, and there is no clean angle. Both squads got them perfectly pincered, so it's just going to be shooting your way out. See Cowboys trying to play along the smoke to get enough.
Oh my
Doesn't get
gosh.
the knock, though.
So close. Capitan, oh, the knock onto Alo, or the flush onto Alo rather, and the knock onto Luke. So Team Liquid in a little bit of trouble here, as we'll see if Cowboy can get that res off. Furia just going to continue playing around on that ridge line. I can't believe Toyo's been able to leave this compound as freely as that. It must have been, oh, Cowboy's got the links. That might have been what caused the problem for the BRDM. But doesn't seem to matter. Toyo just fighting their way out here, but no angle for Furia onto them.
Yeah, Furia is just having to play the other side, and they kept focused in on Team Liquid. Toyo also had vision on Team Liquid. So now we're getting to the neutralizing point, where it's going to be these guys that haven't had vision on each other for a while due to how these hills have laid, now starting to fight it out. It is a straight up 3v3, and it is second and third place kind of duking it out, as Toyo has just been on a massive come up, now holding on to that third place position. But the split from Furia feels very strong, with DraftKings playing down to the south, waiting to see if he can set up a crossfire, while Toyo is just going to have to bold face altogether.
DraftKings definitely the linchpin here, as Toyo, you got to imagine they're running kind of low on utility. They've just been in that compound for so long, and nobody really ever crashed them. So you saw already the rounds are running a little bit low, and the utility probably the same. But Furium has a much better lines of sight to work with here, as Fakeson going to try to do the counter here to DraftKings. We'll see who spots who first.
Smoke's now starting to be tossed out both sides. Capitan actually looks like, yeah, he just jumps out. I think that Toyo's realized they don't have a decent approach, so they're just going to surrender it over the blue, deny out the points onto Furia, and this is just the start. That's all you can do, is try to take any form of gas you can from anybody trying to climb, because that would have been enough to put Furia into first place, Toffees.
You know what? Furia crushed it in kills in the last game, didn't get the chicken dinner, and this time around, they sure did. Looking good as the Cats come out again with a big win. And honestly, it's not lost to me, Poro, that the guys who were at the top of the leaderboard in the last game were still the guys who showed up in the Final Four this time.
They did, and I mean, Furia just playing from these western side of the circles, they've been looking really, really good. They've managed to get into the late game, and a lot of that has to do with their early and mid game work of just defending their territory and then starting to push people out. So they're taking what's given to them, and they're making it work. It's been looking really good for them so far, but I gotta say, Falcons still looking good as well. Liquid also 2 games in a row now looking good. So yeah. We'll see. I mean, somebody else has to step up here at some point, or else these guys are going to start running away with things.
I mean, you got those two, and then Toyo, another team that was, a little quiet coming into this one. Mm-hmm. They got 6 in the first game, and then here we are again in the late game putting in the numbers, Matt. So it's not lost on me that our favorites, that our regional partner teams, that the teams we've watched for a long time seem to be stepping up and clapping.
But we also do have, like you're talking about, this tail end pack that's starting to realize, okay, this is whenever we might need to start kind of like surrendering points over to blue. This is where we need to figure out how kind of the meta and the lay of the land is, to where we can develop ourselves with eyes not just on this game, but eyes on the overall leaderboard 3 days from now. And that is a big growth.
All right, let's take a look at that match result as Furia walks away with 12, Toyo with 11, down to 2-3-4. No way Copenhagen Wolves bringing up that chase pack. Copenhagen Wolves have another game. Not bad games, Poro, just mediocre games, which is fine. It's 2 out of 15, right?
No, I mean, I think you can't be upset if you're Wolves. I mean, they got 7 points in the first game, 6 points this game. Like that's consistency. That's good stuff. The only problem is that the consistency being shown by Liquid and Furia and Falcons is a little bit better. So I like what I'm seeing from Wolves so far. I don't think anybody on that side is going to be too upset about things.
All right, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Team Liquid at 29 after 2 games is huge. Furia right behind them at 27. So our chicken dinner teams obviously at 1 and 2. No shock there. Toyo does jump to 18 on a good, even-keeled play system. Falcons number 4, and it goes on down that list. X10, Fate, Chapinski, some of our teams that we wanted to see step up and make some big moves. Average points, again, early on, nothing to be mean about. It's pretty much what I expect from the start here, Matcham.
Yeah, but look at No Way in 5th place. This is 2 pretty consistent games in a row for them. It's going to be hard to string it together across 15 for a squad that's kind of trying to swing up against the Falcons right now. Copenhagen Wolves nipping on their heels, as well as Rock, but respect where respect's due. They came out, they're setting a good pace, and that's what we often talk about. They're not running away with big flashy victories, but they are winning firefights, and I guess trying to take a little bit more control over the game, and that's been reflected on the leaderboard, seeing how well they can kind of propel themselves off of this, or if it's just a little bit of luck and taking the right firefights at the right times.
We're 2 games into this, and while I seem uncomfortably short, there's only short 2 games because there are 13 more to play. So having a slow start doesn't mean it's over, but having a big start definitely means you're in a good run to make it to the big show. Now, we are going to take a quick break, but before we do, I want to let you know one of those teams that had to make a huge push at the end was Fate. This is a roster that maybe everybody's kind of heard of some of these players, but I want to give them the props. It's Timfy, it's Tater, it's Dad Buff, and it's Flanker. These guys have worked really, really hard to make it into the finals, and so we got a chance to sit down with them and get some of their team comms. So make sure you stick around during the break so you can hear the journey of Fate on their way here to the grand finals.
Shoot off, Sam.
It's driving down northeast. There's another US on my northeast too. Taking campfire. Taking campfire right now.
It's a 2 vest on me.
Could you?
Is there a
Cars,
vest here?
south. South cars coming up to us.
Crashing us.
Crashing.
Hitting. Let's go.
This guy's low to your nade.
Outside left.
Pushing on,
Wrapping
pushing
around
my
your
backside.
south.
One more on me.
I might get re-crashed. Where?
We're chilling. Could be out back south.
Start shooting your guns now. They're just going north.
They're coming.
Oh no, they're gonna crash.
They are?
Yeah, they're crashing.
Put them both, wait. Make P on 1.
Working up.
Mark one.
Live, please. Live.
One up.
One up on the backside of our warehouse.
Don't die to him, pal. He's gonna be like on the boxes.
I'm not literally flying in.
Nading out back. Pushing corner. Come with me.
Push, Mike. Go together. Go. Might be in.
There he is. Nice, good shit.
Good job, guys.
Says.
Listen for these cars.
Look at Grandma too. Look at Grandma too.
They're sending something. This goes hard north. They might
Cars on our west.
They're driving up to your. Driving up to you right now.
Wingman.
1 HP.
On my witch.
On his ridge. Nading you?
Naded you.
I can one.
Not that guy.
Both on ridge. Should both be on ridge.
Yeah, both on ridge. Get your flush. Get your flush.
I'm getting shot from Affinity. Living. Holy.
They could try to smoke into my door.
Push left in the warehouse.
Just throwing flashes to try to slow them down.
Kill.
Nading me again.
Push me. Yeah, coming left.
One's pushing Tater. Literally does. In the tower, Tater. Vault up and kill the guy in tower.
One's outside left my warehouse door.
gonna try to vault up.
There. Chill.
One
chill.
is on this corner on yellow.
Can we chow him together?
Like outside left?
Yeah.
Is Affinity still there?
Yeah, I think.
Peeking my corner right now.
Last is tower. Last is tower.
Come
Last
out.
is
Come
tower.
out. Stun him. Should be full stun. Should have good stun.
Nice, nice.
Okay.
And now we're back from outer space. Fury has just walked in and really set the pace. But Team Liquid's closed the locks. They won't let him in the door. Falcons struggling a little, but looking for some more. Don't write off Godlike. That's it. I got no more poems for you. But that was a good start, as was the first two games of the day. Our teams had to come out strong, and they did so. Poro, who were you the most impressed with as this thing kicked off?
I'm impressed with you creating these I Will Survive tributes. That's fantastic work. No, I think honestly the team I'm most impressed with, like, you want to say Liquid obviously because they're at the top, but I've been really impressed with Furia. Like the control that they've shown over on their side, and to be kind of in getting into these late game situations, that's been looking really good for them. I'm impressed with them. Obviously, I'm impressed with Liquid. I'm sure I've taken everything away from Matt here because you were probably about to ask him the same thing.
Nah, I got a few.
All right, Matt. Now that he's taken so much, what can you give?
Rock off the start with a tricksy little play to try to get some momentum. They haven't necessarily been able to find circles just yet, but that's due to happen any given time. No Way, though, has been impressive to me. This is a squad that's playing meta very well, reading the circles, and we did see them making some aggressive pushes into some pretty strong teams. So I'm excited to see if they can continue that trend, because right now it's only been 2 games, and they've been their quiet games, right? Because the first couple of games on these big 15, 16, 18 game series, whatever you want to say, are sometimes a bit slower in pace because it's all about trying to set momentum. Can they keep that momentum up is the question for me.
You know, and another team, I think we're about those momentums, as I want to see the Falcons start to roll downhill. This is the team that has been very consistent, right? They did well last time around, but they are, in my opinion, currently the best hope for the Americas to lift that PGC trophy at the end of the year. So having them kick off and start pushing downhill this early on is always good news for all of us. I think this is going to be a great year for them. Shrimsy's had some great life changes. Tiggleton looking better than he ever has before. But right now, it looks like we might have a hot drop. So I'm going to turn it over to you, gentlemen, as the game gets spicy.
Oh, my.
Couple of drops for vehicles also going on. Youngjohn has been a focus for a couple of these teams in dropping, and hey, with the circle like that, you're not going to feel too discouraged by it. But Honey Badger, rent-free, finding very early is going to feel good.
It had to be rent-free, didn't it? If you're looking at 2 teams fighting at the very off the drop, the chances are extremely high that rent-free is going to be one of them. But a nice knock there. Would love to be able to see him collect the kill as well, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So the revive comes through, and now Honey Badger just sitting up top, trying to see if he can spot out anybody else.
Note the fact that Pose is already crossing the bridge.
Yeah, Furia.
Well. So I like the pacing on Furia. This is probably just going to try to get in those foothills that I talk about all the time that happen south of Army Base. There's just a lot of different little dips and valleys that you can play there quite early. So Rock inside track on a great position there, as it looks like Loot's getting a little bit better. Jam playing it patient, but that patience does not pay off, as now Bolivia is starting to try to get their feet a bit more underneath of them with Loot, as the lineups are pretty equally split.
Oh, that was so close. I wanted it so bad. Wanted it for Jam, man. Honestly, if it was a revolver, Jam hits those. Well, this is probably gonna has to slow down a little bit. Well,
I don't know. It's
I say that it's rent free. Yeah, as soon as it says, like, oh wait, never mind. I'm reminded who it is that we're talking about here. This is the team that went hunting for another team in the Circle 1 into the blue in game 1.
They will kill you or die trying, and they mean it with every fiber of their being, right? I mean, look at Bolivia's just getting funneled into the right position. This is good setups. Bissler up into the north. The way that they're corralling Bolivia all into the same point is going to open up an opportunity. But remember, this is in circles, so nobody really has to go anywhere yet. And Furia just keeps rotating very close by. But Bolivia, if you time this wrong and you hop into a vehicle at this time right now, you could end up in a world of hurt, because it could time in perfectly with Furia's rotate. Shots are coming up. Rent-Free's going to get some damage in. But Bolivia, where are you going to go? Is the timing going to be good enough to keep you alive and away from Furia? It looks like it might.
Yeah, it looks like they actually just a fraction. I mean, look how close. That's the trail member of Furia as a Kraken right there. Had that been about maybe 5 seconds earlier, Furia might have flipped on him. But it looks like Furia's very much focused on where they want to play from. As you said, the foothills looking very spicy, very juicy. And I am Bolivia did not get a chance to loot up a whole lot, so they're going to stop down here. And it looks like they're going to have some neighbors in Rock.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing this hillside around Army Base and the way it's all going to try to play out now, because Rock's doing a firm regroup. There's a lot of teams that are already kind of moving into gatekeeping positions, even Toyo moving into the foothills just to the west, about right on the edge of the zone. So that means a lot of our late rotating squads, they need to go west of Yongchuan to even have a decent chance to get into the circle. Luckily, it is a bit open over there for them right now, but there's a lot of little mini skirmishes brewing, and the distance is good. Knocks on both sides.
Massive trade there, actually. As we see if bad, you got the grenades to finish off Sparking. Get them low. Not enough to finish them off just yet. The rest of the Rock squad, though, is starting to come on over here, spreading their wings and taking the fight over to I Am Bolivia. Looking around to see if any, it looks like No Way is actually making rotation. Rent Free also starting to head over in this direction as well. So this could be a fight that gets third partied.
RBN spots out Kamba on top, and looks like Rock is just going to be using that high ground to massive success. Not much left except for Viri, and the Panzerfaust already out. Do they even know where to look? The res does come out. Little information is going to be fed over by the down team member, but Bolivia's just full-on damage control into damage control. You talked about it. They didn't have the best economy coming into this. Now they're having to deal with entrenched Rock. Good shots, and that's going to be all she wrote. Bolivia just cannot find a way to find points.
Yeah. Very cleanly executed there by Rock. You hate to lose Sparking in the process, but 4 points, you take those every day. Maybe hold on to that blue chip, see if maybe you can get something. As looks like Rent Free has gone into Furia territory, and they're going to lose 2 immediately.
Well, I mean, I guess if you're Bolivia, this feels a little bit good, because the guys that kind of messed up your day are also going down quite early. As off in the distance, you can see a ton of rotates. Good nade comes out from Draft King, and yeah, counter knock does come out from Honey Badger, but it feels like everybody on Furia is just funneling right into the exact spot to finish this, but doesn't want to overextend. Honey Badger's doing a good enough job being annoying enough that they don't want to walk right into his face until they get better prepared.
Yeah, Furia not wanting to have what happened to Rock happen to them. They'll make sure that they get Kraken back up and play this one out as 4. Honey Badger, meanwhile, just continues to play around the walls. I think somebody might have been taking pot shots at him as he was running around. There was a team that was making a rotation around here, but it looks like Fury all back to full strength. Honey Badger, that's a sick angle, but 19 rounds in the barrel. That's not a lot.
You know, Falcons and Toya were rotating over here, and that's kind of created a problem. Meanwhile, you can see that Nugent All-Stars and Godlike are having their own set of issues. Honey Badger's still trying to fin, but the Window's doing a good job on letting him get the workout. He's just continually bouncing around from different angles, using this external wall to just constantly just keep stabbing at Furia, and they are so annoyed by it.
They should be. Yeah, it looks like might try to stick a res here. What else does Honey Badger have left in the bag? All he's got is the MK to do work. I don't think he's got any more rounds for that barrel. So going in there with a 4x MK in hand and see what he can see. BL, big grenade. Oh, gets the damage done, but not enough to get the knock.
Right, so he's just going to try to get out, and I think that he's read this well enough to try to escape. Nope. Oh, just low enough on life to get polished out. Okay, over to the east, we've got Wolf that's pushing right on top of Faith. Faith is looking at Chapinski's. This is going to be on the other side of the river, just south of Shipyard.
Also, while that was all going on, Godlike lose 2 to New Gen All-Stars. Looks like LFP and Phantom might be able to survive here. Fate will catch Flood. And Tater playing the high ground, or playing that rock perfectly here. Copenhagen Wolves in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, nice.
Okay, Vox.
Coming out from Vox. Turns the tide just a bit. Continuing to just throw everything that he's got over there. This is, of course, inside the circle, but this is just a really weird place to play around it with Chapinski's other side. Bait in some trouble. They can't really keep this split. And you can see the dad buff has had to retreat up into the north to see if he can kind of rally back around the other guys that are going to be much closer to Wolf. Wolf still has H1 up, but he's playing very far to the south, just trying to keep control and make sure that nobody else comes over here.
Yeah, I think Fate, the shots from behind the third party from Chapinski is going to be enough to force them to leave. So good news for Wolf, as H1 not really anywhere near this. They might be able to get that chip, and we'll see how they decide to go from here. As Fate going to rally as well, but this is the situation that Godlike finds himself in now that the blue has arrived. New Gen All-Stars still just kind of hunting around here, trying to take out LFP.
We're not done yet. Duel's also crossing this bridge that's right next to this. If any shots come out, Duel may spin back on it. Not necessarily a squad that's prone to do so, but you can see the bridge off in the distance. Probably going to be just a couple hundred meters away, so if Godlike can keep this quiet enough, that might actually be bad for them, because Duel could choose to go after New Gen All-Stars, but New Gen All-Stars pretty already set up in defense. Godlike just going to have to be playing it patient as, oh, there you go. Duel does see it. How are they wanting to do this? Duel's already cutting around Palace and just going east, so I think that it's just full-on avoidance, as now Godlike is starting to rally next to each other. Are they just going to cut out, or do they want to try to get some vengeance?
They might have got a chip there, yeah.
Duel's turned back into
oh my goodness gracious me, that circle shift. Yeah, why not, Duel? If you see that shift, you kind of already know that you're in a lot of trouble, as God, that's brutal. So many teams are about to have to fight over on that western side, but this is going to be a 3-way fight. We'll see if anybody comes out of this the winner. I feel like all of these teams are just going to come out of this feeling like maybe we got points. That's about it.
While we've got the map up, look where No Way's making the cross on that one bridge. Then there's also the secondary bridge that moves just to the east of it, wrapping around. Godlike in trouble as Tony is going to go down. There's also the bridge that connects both sides of Shipyard. Those are going to be real big value areas for teams to try to keep an eye on and keep a lot of control around. New Gen All-Star is now trapped in the exact same position that Godlike is in. Duel slowly creeping around on the other angle, starting to get some vision on Balefrost. And does
go sharp. Nice shot there at the end. They do lose Kane already, so there has been a cost to stopping down here, and now it looks like they're thinking about pulling away. So not even going to stick around to secure the kill after losing Kane. They've got Penta on the other side of the river, so I'm actually interested to see what Duel does here. Do you continue on the north side, or do you cut back down and play on the south? It looks like there might be some confusion as to what they're planning to do here as well.
I think that going back down to the south.
Wooly wants to go south.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take a longer period of time. Because why would you want to go in from the east? Because that's already going to be
it's going to be bad
on the other side of Shipyard. Yeah, just do the longer route. Falcons have the exact same idea. They're leaving the hillsides on Army base, passing by Yongjian. They're going to wrap around Bestia. Also going to be getting close to No Ways. Chapinski's, you get the middle of the circle. It went straight to Shipyard, and now you're getting a ton of friends around you, as it's going to be Wolf getting a bit closer, and now Rock crossing that bridge and getting right on top of him.
Bunch of E pickups get popped as well. Looks like Fate took one of, well, no, Fate didn't take one of them. Fate was already up there. Looks like Rock took one, and they're going to go into the middle of Shipyard, but one guy stuck out here. That's going to be Kalanzine. Lizera taking the shots over there to make sure that vehicle explodes.
Team Liquid just going to be taking the position that we saw Wolf kind of playing around a little while ago. Chapinski is down to just 3 from some of the earlier game shenanigans that we saw going on. Kalanzine going to be a bit isolated from the other players for Rock right now, but Rock's just going to be content inside of Shipyard. Chapinski's as well. It's going to be really hard to make a lot of foot pushes around. So these guys are going to be unlikely neighbors for a little while as Fate has gone all the way up against pretty much the circle, all the way to the east. And they're trying to control that in a 2-2 split while everybody else, I mean, you have to go away from the peninsula to the south and the peninsula to the west. And that's just going to make this a full-on bloodbath over on the peninsula to the east.
Yeah, I think Fate actually probably in one of the better positions right now because you are going to be able to avoid all of that nonsense that's coming over from the west and the south by playing up in that northeastern spot. Now, you're not going to get a lot of kills, but you probably will make it to late game if you play your cards right. We'll see how it goes for Fate as Chapinski still cannot get rid of Kalanzine. They know that they've got the rest of Rock inside the compound with them.
I think that Oracle just went for a swim around and is having to go all the way over to the climbing point a little bit further down. But that could give him a nice little back flank as Rock is playing this aggressive. Uzera is going to spawn out, feed the information over, see how this is going to get set up. This is a lot of trigger discipline coming up from Chapinski's, waiting for the right moment as the circle has popped, keeps in a lot of the water. One of the players for Chapinski's is down. Uzera still holding this line. He doesn't want to reveal it until maybe on the other side, Oracle can get, and they can get a crossfire setup. Oracle goes for the shots, but Luzera doesn't get anything just quite yet. Instead, it's going to be third party from Wolf.
Oh, Wolves has the high ground here, and they have an angle. Vox going to go down, or take Santastico down, and Santastico going to be taken out by his own grenade as Oracle had that flanking angle. Took so much time and effort to come in here from the side and was not able to get the knock off of the opening shots. We'll see if he can rally as RBN has just been holding this Panzerfaust for so long, waiting for somebody to reveal themselves. And there you go. He's going to spot out Oracle crossing.
Now it's just a 1v1. Crate doing enough for Oracle. But this is exactly what Chapinski's want. They kind of want to pull Rock apart, and because they know that they have a little bit of an advantage due to the fact that one of the players is on the external sections of this one. So it's just going to come down to firefighting. Too many people. Oracle realized the fact that he's in a lot of trouble. Not too many ways he can play it. And RBN drops the Panzer on top of him. Great plan coming up from Chapinski's, but it's just Rock that reads it so efficiently.
Yeah, the flanking angle would have been huge if he was able to get the knock, but unfortunately he got him low, but wasn't able to complete it before Rock was able to get back to cover. Now, Chapinski used that opportunity to get Gabuto back on his feet, and they have that wall to play around, but now you got to think about what angles do Wolves have from that high ground, and now more teams are going to start coming in here as you see New Gen All-Stars making their way for the bridge.
They hear any firefighting. It's New Gen All-Stars, man. They're just going to send their cars over the top of that hill and just try to land on people. They got no fear. But Chapinski's did do a nice little counter move. Looks like they're just trying to play around the walls, trying to keep vision, as much control as they have. This is also very good for damage control when you've got lower amount of players. Problem is we are also playing TPP, so that's going to make it very easy to get seen on both sides. RBN's got himself a tricksy little angle. So Luzera at least spots it, but he has to run for cover.
There you go, yeah. The two guys working in tandem to take him down. And now Gabuto, the last one up. Spark can get him low. Have to run away from that grenade, but this is just pressing here from Rock. Make sure take this guy out, flush that kill as well. Gabuto was able to get the heal off. He's got at least a grenade left. We'll see if he can find some luck with it, as you can hear mortars starting to fall in the distance.
Rock is just playing this with cold efficiency. There is no sense of urgency that on anything that they need to do. They know they can play well. Oh no, New Gen All-Stars, you should have crashed here. Going to the south was bad. It was Team Liquid. Just picks all that up. Gabuto is going to go down. No surprise. Rock managed to get it, and they get a good control point to play in the new circle, but is it going to stay in the circle?
Tell you, man, this Rock is looking a lot different than the Rock we saw last weekend that was playing safe, trying to play for late game, very risk averse. This Rock team is looking more like the Rock of old, where the Rock of Ages, as it were.
Dang it, you beat me to it. I was going to make that exact joke.
Well, no, they're being aggressive. They're taking these fights and they're winning them. That's the biggest thing, is that they're straight up winning these fights. They lose one there. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, godlike. Oh, godlike, no.
But I don't
They
think
had no
Rock even
idea.
sees this. Rock is caught up looking at the circle. Look, there's nobody that's focused in on the Doritos around them. I think that they're trying to reset, and Godlike might be able to steal this. I don't know how you.
Well,
can
they have
make
nothing.
The landing. But there's loot here.
I mean, remember this was revive from what happened earlier, and Tony is going to land right on top of the roof there. You're going to get down into the compound, but
Haven.
now, Haven, buddy, don't make it hard on him at least.
But this should give them enough time to at least get something going. And Rock kind of let that one slide a bit. Oh, they were going for a res on their own, so that's how come they didn't notice it. So now Fate going with a regroup down the southeast of the circle is going to have Toyo on one side of them, Wolf on the other. The south, we still have Falcons and has to regroup with X10 just to the east of them. Then they have Bestia just to the west of Falcons. Eyes over into Furia's positioning as poor old LFP for Godlike still has to get in the circle as well as everybody else. Looks like I think that a lot of the players for Godlike have kind of figured out where Rock is.
Keep an eye on that as Duel is going to try to breach into this no-way compound. Lots of utility being sent, but not a lot of utility finding the mark.
Slabby.
The shots from Slabby, though, will find one, and he's going to find Kane as well. Sharp Shot goes down. Duel getting dispatched. No Way came here to play today.
I love this coming out from this squad. This is very efficient yet again as they read exactly on the approach. A lot of the nades could have been a bit cleaner, but outside that, very well done as Rocks realized they have some rats among them and they have to figure out where they are and Blue Zone on top of them. It's phase 4, but you don't want to burn anything. You don't have to as we're walking into a very open section of the circle. Least can cross the road, but I like this. Just sit, wait. 3 points to be had, but Tony reads it. RBN gets caught with his pants down.
Oh, no. RBN going down to a guy with level 1 everything. Kaunzine will come down. He's almost going to get taken down as well. He's got to run to stay ahead of the Blue Zone here. He can't stick around. Sparking hopefully will defend him. They did get Centastico back. Centastico will be rejoining the rest of the boys, and I think they've got an idea of where Godlike might have sent Fauna. He's playing the coastline.
Got an Uzi, and it's not much to work with. This LFP coming in for reinforcements. He's just running across the bridge. He doesn't even have a car. He can at least reinforce Fana a little bit, so Fana's just going to have to wait. But I don't even know what the med situation's like on either one of these squads, the way that they've been having to scrap over here.
Oh, they've got
you
nothing.
have to assume that Godlike has near on nothing. The circle has popped. LFP just can't get there fast enough, and Sparking's just going to walk down into the...
Yeah, get that point.
Yeah. Nothing to be done.
Absolutely get that point. And Kaunzine going to go down to the blue. Sparking stays alive. But, oh no, LFP from the high ground. Can he get a point? He can get the knock on a Sparking. So Godlike, despite the fact that they get ripped apart early on, they'll at least get 3 points off of this.
And it's back to LFP, and he's just like, guys, come on. How many times has it got to be just me? The last one up. Centastico inside the circle. Down to the southeast, the way the circle's popped, it means that X10 and Falcons could be button heads, but Bestia's going to be back behind Falcons. Furia's got to make a push in, but they're going to have to deal with Team Liquid, who's got a veritable fortress that they're going to be working around.
Yeah, Liquid once again just getting some good circle luck here to start the day off. Let's see if they can capitalize off it this time the way they have in the last couple of games. It's been a great day for them so far. They would love to be able to get as many points as they can off of situations like this because you never know when fortune is going to turn. So they have control over this western side. Falcons pushing into X10. They didn't see him. Kalnix will strike.
No other options. It's going to be Bestia still peppering in shots behind Falcons, just keeping up the pressure. So instead, it looks like Falcons are going to shift more into the east on their angle of approach, thinking that they can find some vulnerabilities. Capitan putting in some work on Kalnex is going to make it a bit easier as Toyo is also right on top as X10 doesn't really have a lot of territory that they have under control, but they have enough to make Falcons' life miserable.
Oh, yeah, and Falcons getting a little bit of a... okay, Gustav, there you go. Gets Franks down. Toyo will steal that point away, though, as they continue to crash here. As Bestia trying to fight their way through Furia in the smoke clouds. The utility going to get sent in. Going to find some damage. There you go. Gets the knock on a BL.
These two squads have been taking a couple pot shots at Falcons. Falcons want to get the return. Shrimsy and Tickleton both manage to tag in as Tig gets knock on to Vinny. It's going to make it even harder as Bestia is just trying to fight their way right into all of the rocks and cover ahead of them. No Way is going to be on the other side of this now taking shots at Falcons. That's going to open up a little bit more time for Bestia, but it's going to be navigating Doritos and a ton of blue zone nades in front of him.
Meanwhile, X10 down to just Cloudera, so Toyo collecting as the Panzer will come through, does a lot of damage, doesn't get the knock. Pippa still trying to fight his way in. That one's gonna find two. Posa is a cracking, get taken down by another Panzer as DraftKings will trade it back as Pippa trying to run through the smoke. He's gonna take a lot of damage off of that blue zone grenade and he's gonna go down.
Runs right into the face of Furia on top of the rock, but it gives enough time for a bit of a shift over to the other side, and Bestia exploits it. Problem is, the circle's popped yet again, and you gotta keep on moving, and now it is into the fortress that No Way have into the south. Falcon's gotta push over there, Toyo's gotta go over there, the remnants of X10, Fate still gotta deal with Wolf up into the north, and Team Liquid is focused into the north right now. They've got high ground control and are watching Wolves as well as Fate both trying to fight, and there is nowhere to go.
Furia goes down early, but not before getting 7 kills. Fantastic performance for them once again. Currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but 1 point behind them is that Team Liquid, as you said, and they are starting to get a little bit more active, hunting over on that northern side, looking over towards Wolves compound, knowing that they're going to have to leave at some point. But Dad Buff, he of the puppies and the Mohawk, will take down Snakers.
The defense that Wolf has is not going to last for too much longer. Fate's trying to exploit it. They thought that they had a great spot. You were talking about it up into the northeast, but the circle has just abandoned them time and time again. So Fate now has to walk into Wolves, and Team Liquid is just hoping that somebody tries to make a move into the circle. Bestia also tries to get in the circle, but it's going to be right under the nose of No Way, and they are trying to punch.
Oh, yeah, it's brutal
Slabby
for
again.
Bestia, but Slabby has been on fire so far today. He's already got 3 kills in this one. He can secure this one, make it 4. Vinny gonna spray through, but Lopez won't have it. Bestia will go down as No Way continues their unlikely climb.
6 kills right now. It's starting to feel pretty consistent at this stage. Fate's got to fight their way in. Falcon's got to fight their way in. Cloudera is actually approaching from the other side of the hill, but Falcons are going to be trying to bully their way in through the fortifications that Toyo has set up. With No Way now having control of the south, they're actually starting to look on this more eastern path around the circle. Toyo is trying to surrender that. They've spotted it out. That's going to put them much closer to Fate, and now Falcons has just got a veritable wall of teams in front of them, and they still even have a solo back behind waiting to backstab as Team Liquid starting to get more vision onto Fate.
The snake will go down to the blue, so that won't be an issue now. Luke 12 will take down Mio as Fate is getting picked apart. Timfy, the last player left alive. Vox, the last one up for Wolves as Team Liquid just continues to exert dominance over that northern side. Fake's going to get knocked here for Toyo, so that's going to put a pause on their action towards the south as No Way, again, just being very active, taking control over the south.
Falcons, what do you even do? There's just a plethora of players in front of you. Team Liquid controls about a quarter of this circle right now. The other, I guess half of it is going to be controlled by No Way. Everybody else is just stacked in this northeastern area with nowhere to go. That's going to be the Wolves out. That's going to be the Falcons out. And we're in our top 4 just like that. Poor old Timfy, the odd man out. It is 4 players still alive for everybody. And then just him by himself.
This has been a really good look from Toyo this round. They're starting to get more aggressive, starting to feel a little bit more confident in themselves, and they are playing very well. They're up to about 6 kills now as they have control over that eastern side. They're looking over towards Team Liquid. Everybody kind of looking for that last player, Timfy from Fate. Meanwhile, No Way content to just stay on this south side for right now. Kurt and an angle down on him to slow down. Timfy will get taken down by Sold, so another kill picked up for Toyo, but they've got to get Fakesing up.
Yeah, that's going to throw off some timing. There is no firm push coming out from Team Liquid as Team Liquid moved more eyes back to the circle. No Way has also retreated back to their encampment down to the south. So Toyo's got control over the east. The way that these hills kind of set up, it's the pinnacle of the hillside that you can see that Team Liquid's trying to get at with Kurt right now is kind of why we're not seeing a whole bunch of firefighting happening. It's kind of set it up to where each team can have their own little section that they're playing. No Way has the most territory that they can have under control, but it's all very low ground by comparison to what we can see going on with Toyo as well as Team Liquid. The issue is Toyo can push onto Team Liquid far easier than they can push on a No Way. So paper, rock, scissors scenario, and it's just waiting for the match to ignite it all.
And just not even to mention all the care packages that are right there in the middle. You have to think the Team Liquid is probably all sitting on level 3 gear. They've got some great weapons. Everything's looking really nice for Team Liquid. Looks like Toyo, they're breaking out the pickaxes. They're holding the line here on that eastern side, and they're going to see if maybe they can wait out Team Liquid and No Way and see if they can maybe get those guys to start fighting first and then third party it. But this is definitely going to be slowing down here for at least the rest of Circle 7, maybe even Phase 8, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiator is the only one that's a bit more up on the hillside. He is going to spot out Toyo, so it's at least Sold's going down. Luke 12 is going to take down Gladiator, and that's that crossfire I was talking about. You can see that everybody's set up perfectly to kind of counter each other right now, but Team Liquid cannot get vision onto Toyo, and it looks like it is going to be a Toyo retreat and defense to try to see if they can get their man back up.
That's actually great work from Capitan and Fakeson to make sure that they held off the push from Liquid. And now they should be able to get their man back. Sold's getting rezzed right now by Emmy as the circle pops, and it's just going to center on up. No Way down to 3. And it looks like Team Liquid might be grouping up everybody to focus down on that south side.
Yeah, I mean, No Way still has a smidgen of their compound in play, but that low ground, it's going to be so hard to push up. There is some verticality, so if you can at least breach it, you can get up it and get control pretty easily. The problem is it's just such a massive slope, and it's just so easy to punish. So it feels like No Way has to be forced over into this eastern territory if they're going to try to push up that hillside. But they just lost one of their players trying to secure that foothold, so that doesn't even feel good. So it's just a full-on standoff right now, waiting to see how everything's going to stack together, as it does feel like right now, for the moment, in phase number 8, Team Liquid has more center dot control going into phase 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, No Way has no real reason to move from this south side. As you said, that low ground and those ridge lines working so well for them. Toyo has to move, and it really just feels like it's going to be a 4v4 between Liquid and Toyo, and then No Way just has to wait and hear those shots and try to come up and capitalize as quickly as they can. They have to hope that whoever comes out of that fight, the winner, takes at least a couple of knocks, and that might set up a win for them.
Getting closer by the second. Toyo does have to move more out of their ridgeline that has been keeping them safe. You can see right now, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Toyo is using that little bit of a lip of a hill to keep them, give them some covering, firing angles onto Team Liquid. Issue is, most of that is now going away. Toyo is going to have to crest the hillside with at least a couple of their players, even though they're so close to the zone, and Team Liquid, playing it patient, knows the fact that everything's going to be coming after them. No Way doesn't have the exact lay of the land, so they're just listening to the firefight, starting to try to keep an eye on which way they're going to go. The smokes are starting to come out. Alo on this side flank could be massive, but starting to get control over the rock. Cowboy on the other side. Toyo, what do you got left in the tank?
Oh, they're landing some great shots, though, and there's the knock on the Cowboy. Luke 12 gets knocked really low as well, so No Way has to be kill feed watching right now. They have to realize what's going on and time this perfectly. They've got Purdy Curdy keeping eyes over in that direction, but he's going to get knocked really low. Alo capitalizing as he gets another knock on the Solds.
On top of this, Kurt still just doing exactly what he needs to keep No Way from getting involved in the firefight. Team Liquid trying to find all of these kills. Feeling good about it and keeping the climb going. Cowboy does go down inside of that exchange, so he has to get rezzed, and he's going to be the most northern section of it. So that means that there's a lot of circle control that's going to have to be surrendered by Team Liquid. It's going to be Luke that's going for the res. So 2 players running up, but Slabby goes down. Alo manages to hold the line for Team Liquid.
And this feels almost impossible for No Way at this point, as Alo has that cover, that little foxhole that he can hide in. The smoke's the only thing keeping No Way alive right now. They can't even get close enough to get in range for that utility, as you see DNL trying to fight his way through the smokes. Lopez doing the same, but Alo and Team Liquid back up to full strength, and they've got the high ground. This feels like a foregone conclusion, Matt.
You've got to play the smokes perfectly. You are so disadvantaged. No Way. Got to respect the heart, sitting in 4th place right now, trying to see if maybe they can fight their way up. But no, Alo's going to spot out one. Now vision goes back over to the solo, still up, but Lopez at least gets the knock on to Cowboy. Here comes a charge from Team Liquid. It's full on trumpets and running down the hillside. Team Liquid takes game number 3 and first place overall on the leaderboard on 10 kills. Great performance, Toffees.
Great performance, and Liquid is fluid, continuing to flow up this board and dominate at the pass. This is a high watermark for them, Poro, and I don't know if anyone else can turn the tide.
I don't know how many more puns you got, but we're probably going to have to come up with a few more because it feels like Team Liquid is having themselves a day here so far. 3 games, and I think they're up to like 40-something points already. It has been absolute dominance for them so far. But the thing is, there's other teams that are still finding success as well. Furia goes out early, but they also get another 7 kills to go along with it. So the top of the leaderboard is starting to separate itself a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with that. While Liquid is galloping ahead, Furia is prowling right behind them, and that's not all. There's at least 4 or 5 teams consistently finding themselves in this high top mix. The problem I have with that, Matt, is that there's a lot of teams who aren't, and with a 15-game series, they're falling behind a lot faster than I would have liked to see.
Yeah, and especially when you get circles like this where it's going to be a lot more chaotic. Sometimes you can kind of ride that chaos and sneak into ways or do something else like that. But nobody's wanting to really, I guess, pull the trigger just quite yet and make those like super dramatic plays to try to keep themselves in. Everybody's still playing safe whenever we're getting just wild circles that are going to keep Shipyard Center on what, circle 2, circle 3, and then move down into that southern area. If you're playing that safe, the circles are just going to constantly keep you the odd team out, and you're just going to eventually die just due to attrition.
Yeah, the circles were kind of wild. So, I mean, I won't say completely, but all of our circles today have been a little bit off kilter, Poro. We've been seeing people really using that terrain destructibility as their only real lifeline in these late circles.
Yeah, especially when you have that high ground too, right? Like you saw how much of a pain that can be in this last game with No Way trying to push out Alo and dig out those guys. And then the last game we saw with Falcons trying to get rid of that last player, Haven, from Godlike. It is just so brutal to try to push uphill into somebody that has that foxhole dug out like that. But, you know, so far the consistency has been there from Liquid. A win here. I think that's almost 50 points overall on the day for them in 3 games. That's not a Liquid that we've seen very often.
Yeah, I mean, they are clearly in the flow, and this is one of those things, we don't see them often, but it's one of those things where if they start strong, I feel like Liquid is dynamite. They just roll downhill, right? We can go all the way back to that PGC where they did so well. It was a strong start that sort of set them on that path to not have to second guess, to just make big decisions, let Alo go crazy, do what they like to do, and 49 points after 3 games is wild to me. I mean, to put this in perspective, maybe I shouldn't say this. Fury and Liquid have more points than X10 had their entire finals run last time. Like, these guys are literally putting up this many points this fast, and my worry is they're going to run away with it, because if you get down to 8 and below, that cut is, if you say chip away at 2 points per game, I don't know how those bottom 8 teams get back into this unless they do something here and now, because those top guys are not going to slow up at any point, Matt. They're only going to get better.
Yeah, but I've got eyes on Godlike, Copenhagen Wolves, Falcons.
Yeah.
There's going to be a couple more squads that do step in and start trying to eat some of these points away. But Team Liquid with an early lead on this one, we often see like that day one momentum, specifically with Liquid, can be a mixed curse. Sometimes they get a little bit too passive because they kind of feel like they've gotten everything under control and don't keep stacking up the points. Then people start trying to creep up back behind them. I'm hoping Liquid doesn't let their lead erode and keep on going strong, as I'm just so confounded by the fact that we're seeing Godlike struggle so much in this lobby.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened between 2 weeks ago and this week, Poro, but it does seem like, despite no roster changes, simply a brand change, they just don't feel as crisp as they did coming into the last finals.
Yeah, I mean, so far today, it's just been they've been finding trouble early on in C1 with their drop spots. People are being more aggressive with them, and then they're just the circles are just pushing far away from them, and they don't seem to have a good response for that. They keep getting caught up in these fights that just seem to last forever. And we'll see if they can turn it around, because like they're sitting here looking at the leaderboard and they're seeing Liquid starting to run away with this. They're seeing Bestia and Furia, and obviously Liquid, Wolves and Rock are kind of in the chase as well. No Way even is in the mix as well, and they're having themselves a hell of a time. And Godlike is just sitting there watching their all of their success that they gained, all their gains from the last PGS finals, starting to become a little bit more dicey, a little bit shaky.
Dear Godlike, send me an e-pickup so I can fly far, far away as they chase the circles over and over and over again. But a team that has always had to chase the circles, Matt, they have been for years the Teflon coating on the PUBG pan when it comes to circles. That's Liquid. And they're not sliding away from them. These Teflon lads are catching circles, chasing them down. It looks good. It's nice.
All that has to happen is for the circles just to go absolutely awry and go all over the place. I mean, whenever you're a Georgia Pole team and you're kind of like up next to that Zarky area, of course, you're always going to be chasing circles. So I know your excuse, Liquid, but at the same time, you choose Georgia Pole. I do want to give a quick shout, because we didn't get a chance to talk about when that slide popped up. Slabby is popping off today, man.
Yeah.
10 kills on the day so far, and he has been massive for No Way. I don't know what's going on or what metamorphosis that we're seeing come out of that player, but I just want to make sure we give him his laurels, respect where it's due, because that was higher damage than Alo and higher amount of kills right now than Alo, and Alo's a beast, man. So
yeah,
kudos.
I mean, No Way looking good. I will say I thought they would push Liquid a little bit sooner in that fight with Toyo at the very end of that last game. It felt like they were very comfortable saying, let's let that play itself out. We'll get second place and then go from there.
Kurt was holding back a bit, though, so that's
that's fair. Kurt was in a good spot. They got him low. If they got that knock, I think it goes a very different way. But I respect their play. Something else that's been going on that I got to ask about is Poro. I know that you know a lot of these players. You talk to them sometimes. You guys, you troll in the backgrounds. Explain what Rent Free is doing, because these guys are crazy. This is the second game in a row where they're like, is that a team? Let's go try to kill her. Like, they are out of their minds. Is this what we should expect the entire event?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, and honestly, I think more so by the fact that they've kind of like, the lack of success that they've had so far by being this hyper aggressive in the early game is just forcing them to have to play that style as we go forward to try to make up for the lack of success earlier on, right? So like they have to go out and hunt kills. But I think they came in here knowing like, look, if we're here to have fun, we can just have fun, whatever. But if we're here to try to make the top of the leaderboard, if we're here to try to do that, we know our game. We have to go out hunting fights, hunting kills, getting that early lead, and then snowballing it. That's our win condition, and that's what they're playing to. Unfortunately, they haven't really found the success by doing it early on. But we'll see if maybe they can find some later on in the day.
Look, they just are always playing the odds, man. Like they're hoping that sooner or later they're going to get that 12 kill victory, so it's 22 points on the table. Life's going to be great. Sure, those other two games were bad, but do you remember that one game with 12 kills? That's what they live for.
It's true. It's true. But my worry with them is that like they're all in or nothing, right? Like there was that Bizzler got caught on a tough try to knock someone out of a car, and Honey Badger was like, I'm getting a car coming. Like there's no ejection button on these guys. There's no chance to salvage. Let's look at two all-stars though, Sparking and Tiggleton. They've got a lot in common in the past, and here we get to see them with a lot in common on this comparison. 7-4, 843 to 65. Two of the biggest, baddest names in PUBG Esports, Matt.
Oh yeah, I feel like whenever we talk about Americas, this is the North American versus the South American All-Stars that we often kind of see butt heads against each other inside of different squads that are always vying for the top. So no surprise that we're starting to see a bit more of an energetic Rock whenever we've got Sparking that's added to the mix, because, I mean, if you know Sparking, he wants some kills, man. He wants to go. He does not want to let somebody else take control of anything that's going on around him. He will go for the firefight, and we now see Tig doing control, high ground, Overwatch for the rest of his squad. So this is going to be a recipe for a fun firefight when we see those two go head-to-head.
Absolutely. As we get into the next game, we're going to go over and head to our next map. We are more than halfway through day 1, but there are 15 matches to play, so it's not over if your team is struggling just yet. And yes, I'm going to circle back around. We referred to those 2 players as the best of the Americas, and I know you guys are like, well, Tiggleton's Australian. Listen, he's lived with the Falcons long enough that if it was common law, they'd be married. So I think as far as I'm concerned, he's an America's player. There's no contest there. He's one of us.
He's been playing with Shrimsy for a third of his life, I think, at this point. So I think it counts.
And that's not even counting when they were kids and their parents raised them together. They used to fight wallabies as a team.
He's coming from 2 official Texans right here. He's a Texan. We've adopted him.
But have you taken him shopping for cowboy hats and snakeskin boots?
Oh, see, that's the question. I don't know if he's got boots yet. We might need to go down there and figure something out, Matt.
I think that's got to happen sooner or later. He's got to have some of them. You know, like Texas and Australia, we're like closer than I think any other section of the United States to Australia because of the amount of things that can kill us in both places.
You're not wrong.
So, I mean, it's kind of like a second home.
You know, that fuzzy vest that he wore last year at PGS combined with some snakeskin boots, I'm just saying, that's a world stopper. All right, circle is up.
Cowboy.
It is not difficult, all right? This is a good, fair circle. Things should go as planned for our teams, Poro.
It is. It's a boring circle, and it's a test track circle. It's El Clasico as far as much as anything from Rondo could be considered classic, but it's something that we see all the time. But we've also got a couple of teams running into each other, and for once, it's not rent free, Matt.
Yeah, this is a odd drop that we've got kind of set up over here.
Rent-free is also hot dropping somebody as well.
It's just, I know, that's why I was trying to figure out which one of these that we're going to probably be sticking on. Chapinski's versus X10. I feel like we can kind of see that Chapinski's got complete surround onto X10, so that's not going to be a good loot situation. But Chapinski's, I don't know if we've seen them navigate a like close-range hot drop. I'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, looks like they've got the memo to pull the shotgun. Oh, sorry, Toffees. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I forgot you were here.
I was going to say, hot drop's coming. I'm out of here. That's all. Later.
Get out of here, you crazy you.
You crazy you.
Oh, and this is the standoff. The lukewarm drop at best is, I think that this is just something neither one of these squads really wanted. You can always tell whenever somebody really wants the hot drop because they've already got like the angles and prepped and they want to like shoot somebody as they're crossing to try to regroup. This is a lot more of a, oh God, how do we deal with this? And it's just trying to counter move around and everybody's just trying to listen in for footsteps. See if they spot anything. A big part of this is going to be Kalnex on the outside, but Lucera is so close to these other players for X10. He wants to try to make something happen over here, but can Kalnex on the flank manage to get a knock at a good moment?
I'm looking to see who's got better control over the high ground, and right now it seems to be Chapinski's, but that's allowing these other X10 guys to kind of make their way a little bit closer and work on those low sides. You see Kabuto just kind of listening, waiting and watching through the windows. Oracle and Piero might be the keys here for Chapinski's.
No big update on the Jaltin situation with rent free, and that's going to be Bolivia. The guys at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, all in some desperate straits, to say the least, is potential for some points to be had. Lizera does spot out a little bit of a rotate coming out from Franks, but get some damage, but not enough to get a knock. He's going to reveal some positioning.
It's definitely slow rolls here in Baylin, as nobody wants to be the first one to get knocked here. But you see X10 starting to get guys together. They've got Luzera pinned out. They feel like they've got the solo kind of by himself, but only one guy's got a marksman and one guy's got a pistol.
I mean, do they? I feel like more they're locked in with Luzera right now, given the fact that he's got himself an Audi shotty waiting to go. Franks does go down. Oracle's going to spot him. Oracle goes down. And this is where it's all going to be a pressure point. Everything's starting to mount. Luzera did jump out, try to see if he can get more control of the territory to keep his teammate up and alive. It's going to be a lot of focus on him. Can he control enough of these angles as everybody's starting to dance around on the outside of it? Good shots come up from his teammates. That's going to find enough. He's starting to at least get closer and closer. You can just hear SMGs in the distance. I'm trying to get something, but it's just SMG damage.
We knew it was the PRO was going to be a huge factor in that high ground that he had on top of that building was going to be massive. And it looks like they are going to spot out Kalnix running around. So they will go ahead. Oh, look at that, rent-free. Get you a win on your hot drop, son. I and Bolivia will be the one taken down as Kalnix will just get into a vehicle and try to escape. And it looks like he will do just that. So only 3 for Chapinski's.
Hey, but I mean, early points coming up from them, and the double-edged sword of the playstyle that is rent-free is starting. They've had a couple of bad games. Let's just be honest, 3 bad games. And now they've gotten enough points to start something going. What do they do with it? Because rent-free, if they're going to go for a crash, and it's going to be around the circle, closest probably to Wolf. But there is also dual fate. Of course, X10 looks like he might be rotating around over here. The last solo up in Kalnix. And Chapinski's all over here on similar vectors.
We also get the question of how will Rent-Free play now that they've made it to mid-game. But after that big win from Chapinski's, we did get a chance to talk to Gabudo.
Na última partida, que é a classificatória, a gente tava lendo que o feat toda hora, e quando eles morreram, a gente deu uma mini comemorada, assim. A gente já falou, pô, guys, foca, que dá pra passar. Aí foi na hora que a gente crashou embaixo da caixa d'água, a gente tinha smoke, e a gente falou, smoka tudo e passa pra negativa. Aí foi nessa hora que a mágica aconteceu lá, e eu sinceramente nem sei como aquilo aconteceu lá, porque foi meio no feeling ali, foi indo e foi fluindo e foi andando a partida naquela última ali. A gente percebeu isso principalmente na última partida, né? Até quando a gente ficou em segundo, quando acabou a última partida, a gente achou que não tinha passado, ficou nessa. Só que eu até brinquei com o Michel, né? Que é o Oracle do nosso time, que ele é o nosso GL. Que eu falei, cara, confia no coração, que se for pra ser, vai ser. E deu certo. Classificamos aí no sábado. Eu acho que maturidade, dentro da partida. Nas classificatórias ali, nas partidas anteriores, a gente não tava tão maduro mesmo jogando junto, a gente não tava jogando junto tão bem ali. Eu acredito que com o tempo a gente melhorou bastante em relação à sinergia da equipe. A gente conseguiu se comunicar mais fácil, conseguiu tradar mais fácil, fazer coisas que, entre aspas, são básicas, né? Mas que a gente tava pecando ali.
That was incredible. I always love whenever we get like appropriately timed interviews going on, where it was like Chapinski's just win a firefight, we get an interview. We're definitely not going to get an interview from Duel though.
No, we will not. It seems like they kind of ran into a hot team fate right now, and Dad Buff will get 3 of those. Mio rounding out the top 4. I'm sure it was a KS from Mio, otherwise Dad Buff would have had all 4 for sure, right? Definitely.
I mean, dude's hardcore. Dad Buff's got to pop off. Team
he's
fate,
got puppies to feed.
He does. Those puppies are very cute and very well groomed. So whatever buff he's given them, very strong. Now, Fate actually is going to have inside pathing to pretty much anything in the circle. It's going to be around Yulin. I don't think that Wolf is going to stick on that, given the fact that they've already got H-Wins kind of a bit separated. The circle is going to be kind of boring right now until we get everybody into the circle, and then we get where Circle 2 is going to go, because you guys know the circle. I mean, fields to the west, fields to the south, test track. Then you've got kind of that Danqing hillside with the mines, all tooling, whatnot. You got Yulin on the other side, and that's going to be our focal points. Everything else in between, that's going to be diggy trench.
Diggy trench indeed. And, given the fact this is a 100% playable circle, a circle that is, in general, even when we have 64 players in the lobby, the fact that we are essentially 3 teams down going in before C1 is even closed is just going to slow things up that much more. You'd have to imagine. We'll see where Chapinski's Fate and Rent-Free do decide to go, as Falcons are just holding down all of Test Track.
Well, I mean, Team Liquid just came and stole a section of it away from them. It's not sneaking right over here by next to Nugent All-Stars. Nugent All-Stars not company in Neox Factory, as Godlike's taking over the dips that are on the other side of the road away from them. So all 4 of these squads very uncomfortable on top of each other, but Falcons does have the most breathing room as test track. I mean, that's just kind of what it is. It's a giant test track, so you got plenty of room as long as you can keep it under control. But now that Team Liquid's positioning, they've got 2 still up around the hills. This is a recipe for a big success if Team Liquid can get a couple of knocks. It looks like it's going to be Team Liquid going for a counter move next to where Iga from Nugent All-Stars is, but there's also a counter move from Godlike on the other side of this. So this is being read multiple different directions, and we could end up with a couple of duos really scrapping it up in the north.
It's really going to depend on what C2 does, but you can see, I mean, a lot of, like, everybody up in that little cluster right there. A lot of them are in vehicles right now on that C2 pop, and immediately they will hop in and start making moves now that it is going to go off to the northwest. About as hard a hard shift as you could hope for in this circle. Furia getting a little bit of love here, Matt.
Yeah, this very wide split, I would not be surprised if it regroups quite quickly. As you can see, BL's already inside of vehicles. It looks like they might go for just a straight up 2-2. Wolf, Rent-Free, nowhere to really go. Rent-Free's going to be rolling right up next to Wolf, and you know that that's going to be a couple of bullets exchanged. Rock on the other side of it, they're getting harassed by Toyo. Bait's already wrapping over here, and they could be pathing in the same location. Now it looks like also Cowboy could be running right into Furia, so it's just kind of scout with bullets right now. See how many people are shooting at you and figure out where you can go.
So many teams on the move, so many teams getting close to each other. No way. They've got two that are kind of towards the center, but two trailing guys are going to force Bestia to keep repositioning. Wolves, meanwhile, have a little bit of a spot to play here. They're getting shot at from Rock at the high ground, but keeping things safe for right now. But Cowboy is going to get taken down by Posa there, as you spotted out earlier, getting a little bit too close.
That's problems for Alo and the other boys. They're playing right up against the zone wall, as now Godlike is going for the high ground. Just north of Test Track, there's a giant hillside that Fury is going to be playing in the foothills of, and it looks like Godlike is going to take that. Could be good if we get some northern circles, but if you got to come down from that high ground, it's a bit dicey, specifically when we got squads like Fury are already entrenched. Big movers right now are also going to be New Gen All-Stars, kind of playing just to the west of Test Track. We see that to be a very popular little dip position. It looks like they're going to be stopping there. No way is going to spot out Bestia again over into the east, as this hillside's going to be good for now, but I don't think that they really want to hold on to it, just given how close it is on hold. Then he is at least going to scare him away. Get some bullets onto Slabby, and I think that's time to go.
Indeed, yeah, no way. Just kind of scouting, as you said, in vehicles right now, as I think we might have just lost all of Team Liquid. We'll see if they come back. Well, Bestia holding down on the edge of zone right now. They've got Toyo just off to the south as well. We'll see how that plays out as No Way continues to try to go more towards center, try to find somewhere to play.
Yeah, I mean, poor old Kalinix. He's also being gate kept over here by what's going to be going on with Fate and their regroup. So not too much different spaces that they can play around. So Bestia gets that hillside. They're now going to have a lot of vision onto the more open sections of the fields. So if the circle does go south, it's going to be them, Toyo, and Rock feeling pretty good about it. Freeze holding down a 2-2. That's kind of right in the middle of what's going on with Furia's 2-2. And New Gen All-Stars, like we were talking about just a moment ago. But No Way is still stealing away spots in the center while everybody's taking pot shots at him.
Well, keep an eye on this. It's interesting to me that Fury decided to hold on to this 2-2. And actually, they're going to turn it into a 2-1-1, given that they are playing such good position here in the center. So far, they've been able to defend it against anybody crashing down onto them. So we'll see if Godlike maybe gets a read on what's going on here, if maybe Fate decides that they want to go a little bit further in. But for right now, Furia just holding down some great terrain here in the center.
Yeah, it got a couple of footpaths to regroup. No Way stole that away. That is very good. Rotate coming up. Going to get rewarded for it. It's going to be Furia, No Way, Rent-Free, Fate, all pretty close to the center of the circle. Bestia, Toyo, odd teams out. Falcons Test Track not going to be in play any longer. Godlike's got to come down. But hey, they're going to spot out Furia's regroup, so that should give them something to work with. Here we go down to the south. It's going to be Wolf having to deal with Rock right on top of him, right as Toyo and Bestia wrapping next to him.
Oh boy, they're going to try to see if they can save H-Win here. Throw him in the back of the car, and it looks like they are going to be able to. So good work there on the part of Wolves. Make sure they keep their IGL alive, but they are not out of the woods yet. Rock still just holding down that high ground, taking shots in the distance. Kalnix also from X10 kind of creeping around there in the background. Bestia is going to send it right towards the middle. They're going to get right past No Way, and it looks like they're going to find enough of a angle here to survive.
DNL is going to get knocked. I mean, Kalazine just hit some great shots on that, and he's going to. The rest of Bestia is going to go very close. There's a dip just to the south of where New Gen All-Stars are going to play, so they're going to stop there. You can see that No Way is very focused into the Fury defenses, because if the Fury defenses fall or get too aggressive after No Way, this position gets bad really fast. I wouldn't even call it good. It's survivable, and given how bold they were with the send into the circle, this is about the best that you can find. Is now they're also going to have Falcons with so few options to play Test Track getting closer on the other side of the road one would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if No Way can actually survive this, and if they get a little bit of circle favor going their way, a little fortune going their way, then this could end up being a great spot as they do manage to get Slabby back on his feet. But this is the problem, right? You've got these mortars that can be sent anywhere. We'll see who was Sparking was sending him over towards.
Oh, it's
gotta imagine it's No Way. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody knows that No Way is playing over there. Team Liquid has returned to the
They're
map.
back!
Kind of. They have Luke that's knocked, and they still have to get past test track because I guess they went on an adventure somewhere. I don't know. New technologies that make them disappear off the map for a period of time, as I think that they were going for a longer rep. Mortars keep going just a bit far, and DNL appreciates that because he hasn't even really had a chance to get his meds back in order as he gets knocked again, and it's going to be by Jam.
Yeah, kind of is what it is for Liquid. We'll see how they continue to play this one out. They'll look like they'll get Luke back on his feet, so they'll still be 3 strong. But it is going to be fighting in on that northern side. We'll see if DNL going to get flushed out there by Jam as well. So No Way, they are suffering the consequences for playing this open area so early, but they still managed to keep 3 up. So nothing. It's not the worst end of the world just yet.
I love rent-free style of play right now because they've got one of their players in Jam as close to the center as they can see it, to where he's taking pot shots at No Way. Then they have the other ones playing edge, just hoping that somebody rotates it next to him. Godlike's making their send. They're going to be right in front of the Falcons. Bad news for No Way, though. Guess what, Slabby? You're about to get a lot of friends on the other side of that ridge, or maybe even further, as it looks like Godlike's just going to continue to cut the path. Falcons going to be following up back behind them. Looks like Team Liquid also going to be on the chase. New Gen All-Stars has to get into the circle. Slabby's just going to watch first one go, but gets the shots, gets the knock onto Tony. Other side of it's going to be LFP, and now starting to circle the wagons. No Way has done with one side of this gauntlet, but here comes Toyo on the other side.
Oh my goodness, Godlike and Toyo decide that they all want a piece of this, but Godlike will take down No Way. That'll be at least a few points picked up here, but Toyo, they're going to lose Fakes in. They have the south side of the hill, Godlike on the north. Godlike getting sprayed down by New Gen All-Stars. Looks like they'll lose Haven, but they still remain too strong as they will survive a little bit longer.
We ain't done. We still got to get Falcons, Team Liquid, New Gen All-Stars, Chapinski's Fate, and Rent Free has to regroup down to the south. Wolf also in some trouble, and got the Falcons that are going to be over just to the east of where we see Toyo playing now. They've been hearing this, but Team Liquid's going to be coming up right back behind Falcons, and they've read it.
Liquid, a confirmation that they're all playing from their team facility in Brazil, and unfortunately the facility got all disconnected, but they do manage to get everybody back in now, 3 up. But as you said, pushing a little bit close to Falcons here. We'll drop down smokes. I think this is more just scouting out what the next move might be, as they have no idea. They've got no idea the Falcons are over here.
You have to assume somebody's playing this other hillside, or hope that they've already gone. Trimsy's going to start getting nades prepped up. You can hear the vehicles going. Oh, Alo on the other side of it. Here comes the counters on both of them. Yep. Realizing somebody's going to be playing this dip. Falcons doesn't want to stick on it for too much longer. Blue Zone's going to be on top of them. It's just going to be aggressive plays. Both sides! Team Liquid sends it over. Kurt gets one onto Shrimsy, but Tig takes down Kurt.
Gets at least the trade, and now Luke will find Gustav as Falcons are starting to bleed a little bit here. Too much. Toyo, Capitan's going to have the angle onto Tiggleton. Tiggleton tries to take a spray down in return just to give himself a little bit of an opening, and yeah, Falcon's just going to have to retreat off of this now that the Blue Zone's arrived.
Toyo getting the peaks onto Falcons really stalled all that out. Rock took some shots onto Toyo, so that stalled that position, and now Falcons, guess what? You're moving into just the death hill. I don't even know what you can call it. We've had squad upon squad just crash upon it. Nowhere to go. Chapinski's, though, they're going to come in big with the BRDM. Issue is they're going to be right next to Rent Free.
And this is Rent Free doing the game plan is working. The plan is the plan. Alo will go down in the end of Tiggleton as he hits the last shot with 6 HP remaining. Team Low, Luke will find him though through the smokes, and Team Falcons is eliminated.
So we've got the Rent Free firefight going on with Chapinski's up to the north. We have Bestia as well as New Gen All-Stars have lined up against each other. To the south, Rock's got to get in the circle. Wolf's already jumped in. Now the hillside that we saw just squads falling apart on time and time again. Toyo, Godlike have it for now. They have to get into the circle as well. Everything's kind of focusing as Chapinski's do go down, and Rent Free is moving up the leaderboard, 10 kills and counting.
And Bestia trying to survive now against the push from New Gen All-Stars outside of circle. They've got to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Finna will go down, but another trade coming through from Balefrost. Both teams taking major losses here. Balefrost retreating into the smoke. Vinny has a grenade to send over in that direction. Will it be enough to find him? It gets the damage, but not before Bale gets the heal off.
Running forward to see if they can at least keep their teammate alive as Pippa's slowly bleeding out, trying to move back to the other side of smokes. They still have Iga on high ground, feeding information over. Balefrost is going to use that. Tries to go for the tree. Vinny takes a lot of damage. Bale just out in the open, nothing to work with. He's going to go down. Bestia, you finished that, but now it's time to deal with Godlike or somebody else in the circle.
And Fauna stealing one of those away as well. So Godlike getting their third kill on the board, but LFP and Fauna have eyes for nobody but Bestia at the time being. As Capitan's still alive over there. Looks like Luke will get spotted out by RBN. So Rock playing in from the south. 2 kills so far, but they've got all 4 alive. And they've got Wolves just off to their west. Meanwhile, Furia in the compound, dead center. Once again, looking great.
Yeah, Furia's compound has such great vision on what's going to be going on to the south. It looks like Sparking's trying to get a backflank onto Wolf's position on the higher side of the hill before we kind of drop down into those ravines. Rent Free does have a bit of one of the spires that they can play, and it looks like they're trying to get a foothold around that. Bestia is trying to get away from Godlike, so there's a separation that's happening over there, and due to the firefight that was happening around Bestia, Capitan has managed to kind of sneak his way away from Godlike. So everything's settled down a bit, but we still have a lot of squads that's got to get into the circle, and it's going to be pretty open once we start getting out of these hills in the north.
Okay, Bestia will be able to get away, and they'll be on the other side of the pillar from Rent Free. Rent Free, shout out to him. 10 kills now. You get to see what it looks like when the plan works. And so far, they have been farming up a bunch of points, managed to climb up to 11th. Could stand to gain a little bit more space here as well.
Rent Free's plan always works. It's just sometimes the players don't execute it properly, and that's the way to see it. You know,
yeah, just go kill everything easy.
If you kill everything, problem solved. Just kill everything, get a lot of kill points. If you didn't do it, then that's your fault. That's not the plan's fault. You just got to make sure that you execute better. It's all mechanics, man.
It's fair. Well, it seems the only part of the plan that that hasn't particularly worked is the hot drop every map. So far, they've got 1 W.
Rate, baby.
Yeah, I mean it's paying off right now. Is look at Godlike. Okay, finally starting to find some kills here now that they've got a little bit of space to work with. But once again, only down to 2. So we'll see if they can collect a few more points here. Trying to continue climbing up, but they've got a ways to go to get inside the zone.
All the players not with a Furia tag on them, very happy that the Spire's in play because there's not much else really. So Godlike's going to sneak in. That does leave them a bit vulnerable to Furia as well as Rock. Rock took those shots onto Godlike, and that revealed their position to Wolf. So Wolf's doing a little bit of harassment between them. I mean, whenever we look at specifically Rock and Wolf, I don't know
where
how
they
they're going
go.
to get into the circle.
Yeah.
If you go to the east, you're going to have to deal with Rent Free. If you go try to in the circle, looks like Rock's going to try to come in from the east. Nowhere to really go as Vinny is going to get spotted in his bush.
Compound.
And Rock, yeah, just send it, man. Get in there. If you can steal it, find something.
That's huge. The Rock actually gets a foothold. They get all 4 in there as well, and that's great news for Wolves because that's going to distract Furia. They have to turn all attention over towards Rock as Posa and the rest of the boys come through, but Sparking already has the high ground. We'll get the knock on the Draft King to start things off. Great work there by Rock.
Just clean, man. These guys just instantly saw an opportunity and took it, and it's paying off big. The squad that's been harassing everybody this whole time in Furia now in trouble. Wolf starts their send on the other side, but it is instantly rebuffed by Rent Free.
Now, Rent Free had the angle, and they were looking. They get the initial knock, but can't get the flush. So Wolves do get into the circle. They should be able to get Vox back on his feet, and they'll survive for a little bit longer here as Kalanzine will take out Capitan, so that'll do it for Toyo. But Rock, got to appreciate the gumption to just send it into that compound. And Furia, respect to them, they realized that they were trying to hold off too much, and they were able to retreat, get the res. They're back up to full strength, so it's just 2 4-man squads sharing territory right now.
Oh, but look at the economy. Furia already having one of their players without a helmet, having a neighborhood problem.
They've been here
really
the whole
big.
game, yeah.
I'm just, again, impressed by Rock, because there were, what, 3 players that were playing the, triplex that's over to the east, and they pushed onto the more aggressive side. That's how come you saw all the Furia players just caught in that no man's land in between these 2 sets of 3, and they just came in with so much, I guess, like you said, gumption, just like, no, we're taking this, that Furia just had to run, and that's what led to the knock. So beautifully played coming up from Rock as we now settle in phase number 6, but only for about another 10 seconds.
All right, Wolves now apparently have an angle on a rent-free as they have a BRDM. That is not what you want in the hands of rent-free, but that circle, that is huge for Wolves. And now Rock, what do you do? How do you got to take the fight with Furia here, but that is going to be brutal stuff. And this is where the utility diff is going to come in huge for Furia. They've been sitting in this compound for so long. As you said, somebody's even sitting there with no helmet. This is where Rock's having more loot might end up paying off in their favor.
So we've got Rent-Free and Godlike. They're both playing around the Spire. That's a problem for both of those squads. Furia has Rock right on top of them. That's a problem for both of those squads. So the send it and just hope that you can get in squad in Copenhagen Wolves now find this Rock with a couple of cars having the best sight lines and no near opponents. That could be a big opportunity for Wolf, but they have to keep it under control while Rent-Free is wrapping around Spire to the north. That's going to force LFP away. Everything's just going to start coming out utility for Rock. No knocks, no joy.
A lot of damage on a post. Rent-Free actually trying to wrap around on that northern side to take the fight to Godlike, but will pull back after getting rebuffed. And now smokes will be set down. I think if you're Furia, I think you want to use the smokes offensively, but I think Rock already doing that. They're going to smoke off Furia's sight lines, and that'll make the crossing here easy as Posa gets knocked low. He's the only one. The only thing that could look over here is that window. All Rock had to do was leave one person in charge of shooting the guy that's peeking from that top window, and that was perfectly executed there by Rock.
Here, Wolves taking shots at Rent-Free as they get vision, but that's going to be at range. Sparking does go down. He was the shotgun boy, and he was going to try to pop off for his team. Blue zone's going to now try to see if they can get the damage onto Fury to find some more space. Goes a bit wide out. But notice Fury is starting to play the external walls. They're trying to get a counterflank on. Is Kawazine reading this? There are the Doritos that's providing some cover, and the smoke's doing just enough that they can't find anything. But Utility's starting to come out. Great shots on both sides of this, as it's going to be Furia just bouncing around the Dorito perfectly. Rock gets dismantled.
Beautiful work from Furia there, and it was great fortune on the timing as well, because Wolves were focusing all their attention towards Rent-Free, so they could not third party. That allowed Furia to wrap around on the south side outside of the compound without worrying about getting shot in the back, and now they'll even get a knock onto H-Win to boot. So a bunch of utility, all the stuff that Rock had in their backpacks are now going over to Furia, and they are looking set for late game.
Okay, the circle even giving them some of their buildings to still play. Wolves trying to see if you dig underneath of a rock, if it will fall on you or not. That's the only thing I can think that they're trying to do over there. Now, Wolf Snaker's going to touch the circle, but Fana still on this other side. Eyes up onto Rent-Free. They got so close down into the circle. They did get a rock, but they got to move yet again.
Massive double knock grenade there from Fana, but they can't follow up on it. And Rent-Free will be able to get everybody back on their feet for what it's worth. I mean, you see, they've lost the BRDM, and then it's just running downhill. So unless Rent-Free is sitting on a bunch of smokes, they could be in a world of hurt here. Almost 700 damage here for Fana with that MG3 in hand. So Godlike showing some signs of life.
Okay, so you can see the terrain in between there for just a millisecond. One side of the circle is going to be Godlike. Other side of the circle is going to be the Copenhagen Wolves. Jam, though!
Oh, no, Jam.
Gets an angle. That is a problem, but also a problem because Bizzler ate a lot of that as well. Rent-Free, you now have nowhere to really go. One side Godlike, the other side Wolves. Blue zone starting to stack the damage, and it's just a matter of time before you fall.
Yeah, they know it. Big knock there from Jam to start things off. They'll give 1 point away to Wolves. The Wolves will survive a little bit longer here as Godlike's managing to get back into the zone. Draft King gonna get the double knock. But again, like, that's 3 knocked on Wolves, but there's nothing Furia can do about it.
Yeah, it's just open terrain in front of everybody right now. Godlike can't do much. Furia's got much more of a focus on trying to take control over the territory that's going to be closer to the center dot, and that can be contested by Godlike. They're hoping that Godlike and Furia will somehow kind of unite forces to make Wolves' life absolutely miserable, as Wolf is now going to be the closest squad to the blue zone, phase number 9, and it's going to make it pretty scary. Godlike, though, they do have a way to deal with some of these closer range varmints that are getting closer to them, and LFP wanting to see if maybe he can get a double up. Gets one of them. Oh, Copenhagen Wolves goes down at the exact same time. That is perfect for Godlike.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves just donating their points over to the blue. So Fury are going to try to leave the compound while they have the opportunity. But Godlike, LFP is feeling it right now. 700 damage for himself as he spots out another one. They're going to take that better position, use those Doritos that Furia dropped against them.
Timing for it isn't favorable, though. Kraken on the other side of it. Bold push comes out from Posa. He does manage to take down LFP. DraftKing on the other side. It's just Thana and a wave of Furia coming after him. There is nowhere to go. Furia maintains a great dominant performance inside that game.
What a performance from Furia. But look at the statistics leaders rent-free, finding themselves finally having a game go their way where the plan works as the plan was meant to work, Toffees.
We talked about at the start of the game, what's up with rent-free? And they're like, I'll tell you what's up. When it works, it works. But a team that is working is Furia. These guys have consistently been showing up in our first 3 games. Here they show up again, and the Cats are killing it. Not to be forgotten, though, Wolves, man, I was impressed. The Dogs are back in the fight and willing to climb up to the top. They were a little slow, or average, I should say, as the day started. But here they are, moving up, I think, into the top 6 off the back of that.
Yeah, this is just...
go ahead.
Sorry, I should have said a name.
I know
you're good.
You like to talk about the Wolves, so you go for it.
Online stuff. What can you do? No, Wolves, I think that's a fantastic performance, right? Like, it was fighting in from the edges. They managed to not get directly involved in a whole bunch of the nonsense, but just put themselves in a perfect position to where they could keep themselves safe and third party, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, Furia, they got the compound again. They got circle luck again. But you can't deny the hold against Rock when they were pretty much they were at a disadvantage of that in terms of everything, utility, armor, helmets, and it was just perfectly executed, perfectly timed, and there was just nothing Rock could do about it. They didn't even get a knock off of it. So fantastic work from Furia, and a very well earned win.
Very well earned indeed. Liquid not at the top, but I think they had a little bit of a kerfuffle in the middle, so to walk away with 4 kills and 5 points, they're going to be happy with. Bestia actually able to get, I think, almost as many points as they had on the day prior to this one as they climb up. Chapinski's also making a showing, a team that we were curious how they would do today. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, though, as Liquid just barely holds on to the lead at 54. Furia right behind that at 52, and it goes on down for there. The Wolves do indeed climb into the top 5, but just barely, as No Way slides out of it. Team Falcon still sitting in 7. Godlike, who was on the right side of the board, is pushed over to the left, and the race has been set as we get ready to move into our last game of the day, a return to the grassy pastures. And I gotta be honest, Poro, it's time for those teams at 6 and below to really kick it into gear, because it's starting to feel like a bit of a runaway.
I mean, you want to try to get as many points as you can, right? Like, you can't be too terribly concerned about Liquid and Furia. What they're doing, obviously, is fantastic for them. Get as many points as you can when you're having these games, when you have that snowball rolling. Everything's looking good today. Try to get as much of a lead as you can to defend it, because you never know what's going to be waiting for you tomorrow or even on day 3. And if you're one of the teams that are chasing, you've got to be thinking that as well. Like, we can't do anything about what they're doing here today. Let's just do what's best for us. Try to get ourselves in a good enough position to when day 3 comes around, we have a shot at going for that top spot.
I like this idea of getting yourself into the good position when you're stuck with things that you can't control, which is a great seg as we head into our break, because we have for you the answer to the question. What happens when 3 players who don't know what they're doing are handed a professional to show them the ropes? It's a new one. Who's going to be summoned this time? It's 3 noobs plus 1 pro, and a quick break before Game 5.
They call us bad players. They call us noobs. And they are covered in reason. But now we are tired. Tired of losing all the battles we fight. Then our final card will be hire one professional player to battle on our side.
Fala rapaziada, que é o Biel Muito Calmo, jogador da Fúria, e hoje eu vou ajudar esses noobs a conseguir a vitória. Vamos pra cima.
One of the best players in the world, along with the 3 worst players in the world. This only happens here in 3 noobs, 1 pro.
Ai, todo mundo seguindo eu. Tem 5 cara.
We landed at the resort, but we weren't alone.
Eu tô flanqueando pela esquerda. Não sei se vai dar certo.
Tá, beleza.
Nando was the first to battle.
Boa.
And I wanted to show my machete.
Protege, Fernando. Me protege. Cadê o machete?
It was close.
Ok.
But my aim was sharp. Everything was going great, and I was talking to Biel Muito Calmo.
E é muito calmo porque você é muito calmo mesmo?
Cara, não, é que eu, tipo, sou de boa também, né? Calma. Ai, tem cara aqui.
But the enemy was treacherous and ambushed Biel Muito Calmo.
Ok, ai, tem mais.
Our leader. It was beaten.
Tem smoke?
While I was making a smoke to Biel Muito Calmo be saved, Nando ran for revenge. He had blood in his eyes. But his skill was limited. Nando was dead. Now, with Biel Muito Calmo lifted again, he would show all his fury.
Vou fazer uma granada nele.
As revenge.
Noquei um, noquei um.
In a very fast move.
Você, meu.
Biel Muito Calmo saved us all.
Vamos,
time!
Vamos.
Boa!
Now, I really believed we could win. Muito Calmo made Nando come back to life. So we went to get him. By forming our squad again, Muito Calmo had an idea.
Pera, deixa eu ver um negócio. Vou mirar a pedra lá. Vamos tentar subir na pedra? Dá tiro em todo mundo, tá no meio da safe. Bora.
Vamos.
We agreed 100%. We will do everything our captain told us to.
Iríamos subir na pedra. Lá é o lugar mais estratégico para Biel Muito Calmo fazer suas artimanhas. Tem um drop ali, galera.
Vamos pegar?
Vamos pegar.
Vai pegar, esse drop vai pegar.
That drop was very important. Biel Muito Calmo would have the best equipment to battle on our side. Until then.
Tem carro atrás. Vou marcar.
Ai!
Vambora.
Meu Deus, vambora!
Caiu. Deixa ele morto.
Biel stayed behind. Nando was knocked out. Now, it was just me and Biel Muito Calmo.
Tô com muito medo agora.
Você tá subindo a pedra ainda?
Vamos.
Bora.
Biel Muito Calmo would still climb that rock. He was a man of his word, and he wouldn't give up that easily.
Pedra, eu tô ouvindo eles.
With your skill, Biel Muito Calmo knocked out your first enemy. Knock out the second. And the third one? He didn't take out the third one. And without any help, Biel Muito Calmo was killed. And now, I'm the last one standing.
Eu vou fugir. Meu Deus do céu. Quase. Eu vou embora por aqui.
Cuidado pra escorregar. Meio, aperta F, paraquedas se precisar. Tenta correr, vai pra aquelas caixas lá, ó.
Tá. Tudo que você mandar, Biel.
I would go wherever Biel Muito Calmo sent me.
O homem não tem nem. O homem não tem nada no inventário, só tem bala.
I stayed near those boxes for hours. Until then I heard a noise, very close to me. The same man who killed Biel Muito Calmo was a few meters from me. I would kill him.
Mata ele.
And get the revenge for Biel's death.
Ai, mas
Assassinos.
Bom, rapaziada, infelizmente aí não deu, a gente não conseguiu a vitória, mas foi muito divertido, me diverti bastante com eles. Eles estão melhorando, mas eu quero ver quem vai conseguir levar eles essa vitória.
Once again, we let a pro down. Who will be the one to lead us to the victory?
Sometimes an MVP still can't carry 3 absolute terrors. We know what that's like. We've played, the 3 of us, with a couple of invitees, and it's never gone particularly well for us, but always for them. And I think we see it here. I gotta be honest, this may be better, dare I say, than your used car salesman. No, I don't think so. This is probably the second best content stuff we've done in the Americas, because those videos are cracking me up.
It's fun in a different way. Like, this is more storyline driven, whereas Poro's used car lot was just like drunk Uncle Poro at
Yes. Peak unk right there.
Game recognized game. I understand how much effort goes into making those things. So definitely appreciate all the hard work put in by the boys in doing the 3 noobs, 1 pro. And I'm excited to see what the next one might be.
I'm gassed up about it. All right. The game starts in 20 seconds, so I would like us to prep for the last game of the day, returning to the grassy pastures with an introduction from used car salesman Poro.
I don't have the glasses, man. I don't know, like the Hawaiian shirt with the suit, but you know, I'm interested to see if there's going to be at least one of these dogs in the hunt that are going to try to make a run here and put themselves in better position for tomorrow with 1 game remaining, or is it going to be Liquid and Furia just continuing to trade blows, 2 heavyweights up at the top there, just smacking each other around along with the rest of the lobby?
It does feel like this, right? You got Holyfield and Tyson going head-to-head, and sure, some ears might get ripped off, but at the end of the day, it's worth the pay-per-view. I got a couple other fighters in here feeling a little butterbean, early knockouts, but they could come back around. It is anyone's game as we head to the grassy pastures. About to be 5 games down out of a big 15. Huge amounts of PGC points on the line, which ultimately mean a bid to EWC, PGC, PGS, and any other acronym that matters when your career is all about PUBG. It's a solid circle. It's an early pull. It should be a good game, Matcham.
eyes to see if we have any more hot drops. Yeah, Naya looks like it's got some friends because, of course, Rent Free is over there. I'm not sure if Bolivia is going to hang around. That's kind of been one of the spots that they go for. No way it's going to be the east of it. So if it's going to be, it's going to be because Bolivia keeps into a commitment onto it. My eyes are also, of course, going to be drawn to the Falcons and Wolves, who've been just quiet all day today, and I'm waiting to see if they're going to have their big game just quite yet.
You can hear shooting in the distance as players harass others coming to the ground. But it seems like the desire for early fights has worn off, and everyone's saying, last game, let's make smart decisions. Now, the circle comes up. It goes towards Mini Milta, Lumber Mill. This is a tough circle with not a lot of shrink locations, and it feels like every time we get up here sort of around that Lumber Mill area, it gets very congested, and transitions become very difficult, Poro.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, this is what, 60% playable. You still got that military island if you want to do any long southern wraps. So I think you might see a couple of teams doing that. But the question is, if you get more than a couple, it's going to be like a bottleneck, right? Like we've seen it before in the past, these teams that all try to come there. So Chapinski's team Liquid, after not going to Georgia Pole, they actually went to military island. We'll see if Wolves actually opts to go that way as well. Good to see that Godlike managed to keep all four alive here, though.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
you know, go ahead.
I was just saying, hey, good for them. They've been having some troubles in the earlier sections, specifically last time we were on Erangel. But I do want to point out that while the southern section of the circle is not highly playable, just due to the fact that you have to assume the math's not going to go there, the northern section of the circle, not highly playable either, as that's most of the field location. So this circle is mostly just the strip in the middle, where we can see Death Road at, and Lumberyard, and Milta Minor, and Milta itself, as well as Farm. I'm going to be curious to see if we see any squads kind of try to gatekeep out specifically into the west.
My biggest takeaway is I was today years old when I learned that it's intents and purposes instead of for all intensive purposes, which I've just been saying wrong for 43 years as of yesterday. That is,
hey,
thank
look, you learn something new.
Me. You do. Even as an old man, we can learn something new.
Absolutely.
You hear that, Kurt?
And
with that, I'm out of here.
Leave on a high. Yep. Well, you talked about Evander Holyfield. You talked about Tyson. My eyes are on the Kimbo slice of the lobby, Rent Free, the street fighter, the dirty, nasty, no goodniks of Rent Free. They managed to at least leave I Am Bolivia alone for the moment here. But after a big game there to get them back in the right place, I'm interested to see how they play this one out.
I mean, come on. You name yourself rent-free because you need to live rent-free in the brains and the minds of your enemies. And the only way you could do that is just by constantly being a threat until you're dead. The only way you cannot live rent-free in somebody's mind is the moment that you pass away. So they will keep the pedal to the metal and continue to try to find successes. Furia's got plenty of space to play for, so they're going to be coming down the hillsides. But they've got Death Road to kind of play around to their heart's content. Spot out Godlike, force them a bit closer in together. New Gen All-Stars are just going to be into the compounds just to the southeast of where we see Death Road at.
Sorry, I just noticed Rent Free was leaving Yaz to go for center circle, and then they went back to the Yaz bridge. Are they camping? Okay, no, they look like they might have. I was like, Rent Free is just breaking away from their. They're trying to break away from their trends. The blood is telling them to get involved in early fights, and they just cannot break away from it.
These guys are straight up the Corn Squad, in my opinion. It is just blood for the blood god and nothing else.
Ooh, remember Corn Shuckers?
If they don't have, oh god, well, I mean, Riot Squad, any of those type of squads that kind of played like that, I miss.
Corn Shuckers, that's real ones. Remember, Matt. Corn Shuckers.
Gas cans, that one.
Gas cans was kind of like that too. Yeah, Rent Free found Bolivia.
Oh well, that was their goal. Their goal is specifically Bolivia. It feels like every single game they're like, hey, look. You're at the bottom of the leaderboard. Your points go to us. That makes us better. That makes we can climb. We can have a good life. Bolivia, though, can sometimes rebuff these kind of pushes that come out from Rent Free. No Way is also going to try to take control of Milta Minor, but that's going to have Vinny. Like, he didn't quite get fortified up yet, though.
Some point. Rent Free is just they're just cyberbullying at this point. I think they found out the hard way that X10 maybe wasn't the one that they wanted to take the fight with, but I feel like they feel a little bit better about I Am Bolivia as we see Bestia continue to stare at Milta Minor as a number of other teams kind of making their way in, but it looks like we've taken at least one knock there on that Rent Free fight. Would love to be able to go see that.
It's Rent Free things though, so you never know. It's going to be a lot of like standoff for a while until finally it's time to go. And look at that, Bolivia. You managed to hold it together, and now they're going on the chase. They know that they have at least one player down, and this is Rent Free, who they are, I would say, rightfully pissed at because it's been a couple of games of having some problems.
Ooh, nice flanking angle from Nazera. Gats does get that knock on Aviri. Tiamba, being the Bulldog, going to push in. He's going to find Bizzler. That's going to be a knock come through as the smokes will keep alive the two going for the res here. And but it looks like Rent Free might be in trouble once again. Honey Badger back on his feet. Gats has that nice flanking angle, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's good until Team Fate shows up and suddenly that rock ain't so safe no more. And now you got to go somewhere because Tim Fee wants a piece. That's the problem with Rent Free's play style is, in those like a lot of anime, there's always that one guy that's got like the ranking power system. He's like, I'm gonna be the gatekeeper to make sure nobody else can go through here. It feels like that's Rent Free's job. They just piss off everybody that's lower in the lobby and prove that you have to be here and you have to have the gunplay. 4 is now just down to 2, and they're in the face of Bolivia while Fate is making their push.
This would have been a different story had Fate not shown up, but Fate sometimes arrive when you're least expecting it, as Honey Badger will go down, and Gat's now the last player left alive. I Am Bolivia does get eliminated in the end, so Fate, I guess, wins the war?
Sure. I mean, they just kind of were like running in here. They got a kill. That's a victory. But I mean, I have to think about it, right? Dude's name is Gats. It's not like
Toyo.
Center Circle. So he's just got to live this style of life. There is no other way that you can really execute if you're just going to be specifically about them guns. Does get another knock.
Oh my God.
Ain't no quitting this boy.
There's none at all. There's the grenade, though, as Mio will take him down, and Rent Free is out. But Toyo's been sticking around over. Oh, you got to hit those, Dad Buff. You had him. He was wide out in the open. But Team Fate looks like they're going to lose Tater, and they'll just reset off of this as Toyo's just kind of causing problems.
Weirdness continues on the circle is now Chapinski's. We're playing the southern section down next to military, and they have Team Liquid next to them. I think that Team Liquid was probably going to be going for one of those like longer wraps around, and they're like, why is somebody still gatekeeping this one? But okay, whatever. Then we have X10. They're running right up on top of another squad while they're going to be pretty close to duel. So Fate, you've got your positioning. You should be able to get your res back in for your mans. Now it's just a matter of, does Wolf and X10 firefight break off enough to draw Duel's attention?
Yeah, keep an eye on our top of the leaderboard teams. Furia looks like they're pretty set, but as you mentioned, Team Liquid kind of wrapped up with Chapinski's here on Military Island. Not sure if they spotted something out or if they're still just kind of scouting this to see if something is there. But Alo being a little bit cavalier if they do know that somebody is holding this, as he's going to pull in a little bit closer.
Given the fact that it's just Alo doing this and everybody else is hanging back, well, now Cowboy's going for a little bit of a move as well. Godlike's got some friends, and it's going to be Rock that's kind of close, but...
Oh.
Okay.
Chapinski's in cars.
Yeah, he's going to get it. Go for the shot. Chapinski's got goals. I don't know if they know that Team Liquid was there, but they're sending it right onto the weaker side of Team Liquid. They're trying to catch Alo out. He reads it well, though, hops inside of vehicles, and there is a retreat line. He just has to make it back to Luke. Kurt's going to get some damage. Cowboy now in position, and Chapinski's, they wanted Alo, they got him, but the cost has been pretty high.
It has been indeed, and good shots from Luke 12 will force Luzera to retreat there. Won't be able to get the flush onto Alo as Kabuto's stuck below the staircase. Nobody, obviously, on the mainland looking across the river to see this, so Luke is able to just kind of move around on the coastline as free and clear as he'd like. He's going to keep checking over there just to be sure, but he just misses the move there from Luzera, rather.
Circle went the direction up into the north, make it a bit more dicey, a lot more open fields up here, and it is going to be Toyo having to fend up against Fate. These guys have been jockeying up against each other for a while. Dead Buff at range being the anchor over into Haven, so this is just trying to see what Fate can get, and it looks like they're going to lose a lot. Rock also making a very desperate push right in between Nuji and All-Stars. Looks like they got eyes set on it. Good positioning as Capitan and Emmy going to want to punch down Tim Fee.
Damn. I think Tim thought he was, he made it away. I thought he had escaped, but good shots there from Capitan and Emmy. As looks like PR is going to get finished off, so Team Liquid have Chapinski's down to just one. Luzera, last one left alive. Looks like Alo got flushed. They should be able to get that res, as Luzera will get taken down in the end by Luke 12. So it is going to be blue chip collection time here for Team Liquid.
Hey, Team Liquid, though, played that pretty aggressive. Timing's not going to do them too bad because nobody's playing down in the south around Farm. Nobody's gatekeeping the other sections of the bridge. We've just got a little bit of a dust-up going on around Shelter while Nuji and All-Stars a bit separated out. Remember, they were trying to go for a bit of a gauntlet defense. Not going to find too much more right now as it's just the trees, the only thing that's going to be keeping them alive. Long Wrap also coming up from No Way, but that's going to be more into the east, probably around where Fate is going to be at, as I believe Dad Buff and get Tater back in the game.
Did indeed. Toyo just defending the castle as much as they can, as Rock's going to breeze past. They're going to go for that infamous dip right there. The many different names for that dip in the past, but looks like Rock will be playing it out for the time being right there. No Way going for, which would he call it?
I call it mortar target right now because it looks like
Mortar target?
different
Yeah,
people
you're
have
not
jumped
wrong.
into mortars looking at it. So, oh.
You are not wrong, and you can hear them flying through the air. And Rock, you have to be thinking that those are coming your way. But the only other thing I wanted to say, Liquid obviously going to go for that res onto Alo, but No Way did a long wrap here on that eastern side. They're coming up in from the northeast now, and they're going to find a lot of room for themselves.
Yeah, very well timed on that. So this is a pretty settled circle for the time being. No big movements coming out, as the harassment's just going to be down on the squads and a couple of, I guess, more dangerous positions. Up to the north, though, we do need to keep an eye if it goes this direction. That's where we're going to see No Way, Wolf, Duel playing from. A lot more open spaces. We still have Potato Mountain. That is going to be under control of X10. Moving down into Death Road, though, around the curve, Godlike hasn't had to move much at all. They're pretty much at their spawn location that they landed at, so they're going to be good. Falcons have taken over Death Road, though, so it feels like this does have a bit more of a northern lean, but the way these hardships go, who knows?
Yeah, that is the hardships have been a big player so far, but that one's gonna go pretty much dead center, and looks like Death Road's still gonna be in, but only on that very southern tip. We'll see how much longer Rock can survive staying in mortar dip, as it looks like they're already hopping in vehicles.
I mean, it's pretty centered, but I don't think that they want to stay there for too long. Duel trying to defend into the north. They've got a very wide split, and it's going to be Wooly getting the harassment coming from No Way. They just jump out of vehicles, realizing there's only one up. Kane's coming up to provide some reinforcements as fast as possible, but it's not going to be a big, fast movement coming up from No Way, and that is going to allow Duel to set up. While everything's getting a bit more explosive down to the south, focus right now is just going to be on these counter moves as Pentalol going for the other side. Looks like they want to get control over the hill, and No Way is just going to let them have it.
Yeah, Sharp Shot was kind of an anchor in the tail end. It was making sure that Slabby couldn't just peek up on that hillside and force him over there. Good grenade, and then shots from Wooly will take down Slabby, and that's a big loss here for No Way.
Oh, if this bounce goes the way he wants it. He reads it well. Bounces off the side. That's going to at least open up some more maneuverable positions for the rest of the squad to play from. Gladiator, though, he knows the BRDM is at range, but all of his squad's dying around him. The BRDM isn't coming down the way he wants it, so this is just getting more and more dangerous the longer it goes. Fate is external from this, but remember, they are pretty weakened, so it is all just about Duel playing around these different points. Nade gets some damage, but doesn't really connect the way they want. Push comes out from Duel.
Sharp Shot charging through the blue zone grenade, going to come into this half HP. They know they've got No Way pinned back, and that grenade actually going to get the knock on a Kane. So a little bit of reprieve here from No Way, as they'll drop the smokes, they'll drop the mollies, and they'll try to slow things down here for the time being.
BRDM scouting through the window, just continuing to do the work that it needs to. Sharp Shot is going to spot out Lopez. Now it is just down to the stacked blue zones to finish it out. No Way. You've had a great day, but it's going to be Duel that finishes you off. Here comes Fate, but I don't think that they're going to be too loud about this, as I think my focus now shifts down to the south, where Team Liquid's trying to get into the circle.
That's really nice from Duel. They had success in game 1 on Erangel, and now they've got 4 kills for themselves. Start pushing themselves in the right direction as Team Fate. Yeah, they see that BRDM. They've hit the res station in Mansion, so you know they want to play this as cool and calm as they can while they wait for the return of their fallen teammates, as Dabbuff and Tater will just keep eyes on Duel for the time being.
All right, let's talk about the circle, because it's kind of trash in its own way. You got the road to the south, and then there's the hillside that comes out from the north. That leads into our centered position, where the crossroad position is going to be playing from, where Rock kind of went for what his tempo dip, what his mortar, whatever you want to call it. So then we go back out with the split roads. The one that leans more into the west, where you can see X10, Godlike, they're coming down from Potato. Yeah, that's still vertical, but not like good vertical. There's some trees for cover, but it doesn't feel too good. Team Liquid's going to use the opportunity to just try to sneak in, get into more of that more open territory, because look, eyes up in the circle, there is nowhere to go.
Oh, I thought they were heading straight for Rock's dip, but they pull off at the end, and yeah, they're going to go for the hill over there by that revive station. And fortunately for them, they get through pretty clean. No knocks taken. New Gen All-Stars right behind them. Furia taking shots over in that direction as well, but New Gen All-Stars a hair late, so now they're in a little bit of trouble having to play that ridge line.
New Gen All-Stars wanted Team Liquid to take some casualties so bad, so that way they could steal that spot away, but not going to find it. Falcons now leaving high ground. Look at this. They've got vision on everything from Death Road, but they're not going to be able to stay here for too long. Cover not going to be a thing in front of them, so they're trying to find ways to weaken the opponents as much as they can to see maybe they can sneak into a spot, take something away. Over to the west, we also have X10 that was trying to get in the circle, while Godlike's going to be making a sin. That's going to be making an appearance in front of you in just 1 second. It is just vehicles galore and people crashing because there is nowhere to go.
Oh, Shramsy. Not often that you see him with that in his hands. They used to give it to H1. Now it looks like Shrim's going to be the beneficiary. Is now Godlike under pressure from Furia. No, X10 actually. Furia, they've got their attention over towards New Gen All-Stars, who have been removed from the lobby. Falcons now on the move, and they are coming over in the direction of this fight. LFP, the last player left alive for Godlike, with 1 HP to his name.
All right, X10, well played, but here comes the new opponent approaching. Santi takes some damage, but perfectly timed meds keep him alive. Falcons want some points, not content with 25 right now. They want to start to climb on this leaderboard, but they're going to have to deal with a very spread out X10 as well as Godlike. But they want to get control over the western part of the circle. Godlike in a lot of trouble. LFP, the last one up, just watching X10 regroup and no way to get to his down teammate. Now, Falcons usurp a position in front of him.
Yeah, just a below average day for Godlike. As Fate will get dispatched, as well as now I think Dadbuff, the last player left alive. They're trying to fight in from that northeastern side. Bestia converging onto Duel, Toyo as well, as we see X10 trying to hold the line here against that push from Falcons, but the smoke wall going to keep them alive for the time being.
No big push has to come out from the Falcons right now. They don't see any vulnerabilities as the firefight over in the east starting to calm down. Duel did go after Fate and had to surrender some of their positioning, and Bestia wants to try to steal it away. Runs in, Pippa, no fear, no helmet, just goals. That's all he's got right now. Explosions not connecting the way that they really wanted it to, but finally it's the shots. Pippa just believes in his aim and believes in his teammates, and it pays off as Bestia walks away from it. But some harassment at range going to be coming up from Team Liquid.
Oh, that man just kept lying prone, just sending flashbangs over the hillside with no helmet. Does get picked off in the end by Luke 12. But yeah, as you said, just complete faith in his team to be able to capitalize off of those flashbangs that he was sending. Toyo now going to try to go and take advantage of Bestia before they're able to completely regroup. But you see Team Liquid just has free farm over there on that side. Souls will send a few grenades over, going to do damage, not get the knock. This one might do it though.
Ooh, doesn't quite connect. Rock is back behind Toyo and was thinking about jumping on this. That nade's really good. Frogman's gonna go down. That's gonna force Vinny into a much more uphill side of this firefight. He knows that he's isolated. Capitan's on the other side. He's gonna go down. It is just Binya. Rock realizing the fight's going too one-sided. They don't want to get too involved, so they're gonna leave Sparking to protect from the north. And instead, Rock sets eyes onto the winning position that Team Liquid has taken, while Toyo is just gonna try to see if they can take down Binya. He has nowhere to go. Maybe run back into Wolf's positioning, but that doesn't even feel good as Wolf's starting to prep up mortars as well.
Oh, Toyo once again having another good game here. They're going to finish off strong. What has been a fantastic day for that squad as Bestia does get eliminated in the end. Toyo now up to 7 kills, and they are climbing the leaderboard. They want to come there and join Furia and Team Liquid up there at the top. But as you said, Wolves, they've got great compound. They've got the mortar looking Toyo right up at the edge, but now they turn their attention over to Rock.
Rock was trying to see if maybe they could dismantle the positioning coming up from Team Liquid, but the defense was strong enough to hold. It's best to think of this hillside kind of like a peninsula that's jutting out the roads on both sides. Their own just complete open territory that nobody wants to play from. Rock is being forced to play that right now, and Toyo tried to exploit it. Toyo, though, playing into the north, they don't have too much more that they can work with because they can't move down into the south or even go after Rock without getting harassed from Wolf on the side position. X10's managed to rally up. And that means the Falcons and them are still right on top of each other. And Falcons receiving those mortars coming up from X10.
They are, but Team Liquid took a double knock there immediately. One from a mortar, one from a Shrimsy Alm. But it looks like they should be able to reset. Falcons most likely the same, but the mortars continue to fall. Looks like that might be it for now. Rock, well, has held off the push from Toyo. Toyo got back up to full strength, so 4 strong, playing from that northern side, but everybody is kind of forced to go into different directions because of Wolves and because of Team Liquid.
I think the kickstart got knocked from the exploding vehicle due to the explosions that were happening around, did enough damage finally finished off the car and it bumped into him. I don't know for certain, but that looks like what happened as we saw the car skidding down the hillside and, another mortar just to make it a bit more spicy, and there is just a focus coming in from X10. Wolf also wanted a piece of this. Toyo was dropping the mortars that were over onto Rock as the new circle has popped, and it's gone right on top of Team Liquid.
Oh boy, Team Falcons down to just Tiggleton as X10. They see the kill feed. They're going to push up here before making their way into the zone, but good shots from Tig. Will get down one low, but he's going to go down in the end of Cloudera. And now Cloudera and Santahiro, the duo playing from outside. They do collect that kill, and they'll collect a little bit more loot for themselves, but you can see Furia is just completely keyed in on this.
Top of the leaderboard, staying the top of the leaderboard, and they are consistent today, to say the least. Toyo's got to get themselves into the circle, as well as Rock. Wolf, the kind of the external team, does have a smidge of their compound that's going to be in play, but they've got that open territory that's going to be in front of them that's going to feel real bad. X10 also just down to their south, so Rock looks like they're going to play more southern in their defense. That's going to put them closer to the Furia line and allow Toyo to get much closer to Team Liquid, but it is still going to be Kalazine staying behind, as Rock doesn't have too many good options to really deal with the hillside, as there are just threats on every single vantage point that they can deal with, and kind of better positioning from every single one of the squads where Rock doesn't have as much to play.
Yeah, they can slow it down for now, but it's just going to be when they finally do have to move, as Cloudera will go down. Santahiro should not be too much further behind. Really the only team in this lobby that everybody is kind of staring down is X10 as they try to make their way down. It looks like Wolves even sent Vox in for that flanking side angle. Looks like Snakers will get knocked here, but that should be an easy res. But Santahiro got a blue right up against his backside here.
Copenhagen Wolves, you can see what they're working with. This is all the cover that they've got leading into Toyo, and that's the exact opposite side of the circle in the north. So Copenhagen Wolves know that this is going to be pretty desperate if they can manage to make anything happen. It's got to come off the knot. Santi could also have vision as well as Furia, because the longer that this goes on, Furia is getting more control over the road down to the south, and that's bad for Copenhagen Wolves, because Copenhagen Wolves needs to get closer to Team Liquid to even stand a chance. But if they get too close, they can have some counter flank that happens from Toyo or just the defense from Team Liquid. All of this is what Rock is hoping for. Just please distract somebody so we can get a little bit safer in the circle.
Yeah, Wolf, this is really nice ridge line to work with here for the time being. The one I worry the most about here actually is Team Liquid, because you got Furia on one side, Toyo on the other, and Rock on the other, and you've kind of got to defend all different directions, expecting a push at any given moment here. Purdy Curdy keeping his eyes over onto Toyo. You see the defensive trench line that they have set for themselves, and this could be enough to keep them going, but you see the damage that has been done through mortar barrages and Shrimsy shots and just about everything else. Liquid still surviving.
It's the Omni-Man joke right now. So how do you defend the top of this hill? It's the neat part. You don't. You let everybody else defend it for you, because nobody wants to push up the hill, because there's going to be somebody else that gets vision on them. And Team Liquid living in the shade right now as they still get another circle to favor. Furia, though, doesn't have to go too far this time, but that means that Rock, Toyo, and Wolf now all have to move.
And Furia taking this opportunity to try to get a little bit closer towards Team Liquid's spot. They'll at least drop Draft King off as a Kraken will return. I think he's maybe picking up Posa, but Draft King just using that TPP to see if he can spot anybody looking over in this direction. Team Liquid still doing their best to hold a 2-2 split here, although it's a tight 2-2.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just too many directions. You're not really forcing anybody else to fight. You can't corral them right, because they can't go for the peaks without getting punished. So instead, it's just going to be time for the nades, and look at the counter nades come out. Kurt's got to run away from it. Wolf, though, realizing that somebody's trying to push up the hillside, they're going more north in their set. That might put them up against Toyo. Rock, though, tries to creep in, tries to go after the southern section of Team Liquid, but they get rebuffed by Furia.
And I mean, Kurt and Luke doing a really good job of holding back Toyo for the time being, as Toyo will pick up their knocked man, but Santastico will get the angle. Rock will get that knock and flush onto Luke. Copenhagen Wolves, meanwhile, continue to look over in this direction. A lot of utility in their bags. Souls has managed to get right up on him. He's got the Panzerfaust in hand. Does he see the feetsies? He'll get the knock, but immediately gets traded down by Snakers.
And is that the match that lights this whole thing up? Wolf doesn't overextend. Instead, just starting to rain damage down upon exactly where Team Liquid was at. The nades are doing the work, but not getting enough to get the knocks. And Snakers wants it. He wants to push up. He wants to put in more. The other side of Team Liquid having to deal with Rock and Fury at close range. Nobody's shooting each other yet. They're all just eyes up in the north to see if they get involved. It is going to be Snakers finding Capitan to get the knock.
This is a massive opportunity for Wolves here if they want to try to climb up this leaderboard and put themselves in a better spot with 2 days remaining. Now is the time. Toyo does get eliminated in the end as Fantastico will get the angle, and now Rock turns their attention towards Alo and Team Liquid.
Alo, nowhere to go, does enough work to at least get the knock onto Rock. It is just Cowboy, the last one up for Team Liquid, and there is just enemies galore around him. Furia making the wrap onto Rock, trying to get the push onto the angles. RBN on one side, but they're in vehicles, going for some style plays, but Posa manages to get the knock onto RBN. So Furia finding some successes over here, but that's going to open up more movement in the north for Wolf.
And the aggression from Furia may be their undoing as they lose one, and now Wolves have taken over the rest of the circle. Rock trying to just regroup and survive a little bit longer here, but Wolves have been active. They've taken over center dot. Cowboy just hides in the ditch for as long as he can, and he might be able to survive a long time here, Matt.
It's just going to be about how the nades roll whenever Wolf decides to go for anything, because he is unfortunately between Rock and Wolf at the time being. Snaker is going to be up to the north. Looks like he's getting his loot bit better off. Furia doing the same to the south. Rock have been playing this pretty quiet other than that dust up that they had just a second ago with Furia, so that might make it a bit harder for Wolf to know exactly where they're playing.
And down to just Sparkin and Kawazine, and they are perfectly content to just hide out in these trenches that Liquid had previously dug and play for late game, see if they can maybe take advantage of Wolves and Furia, or Wolves and pretty much anybody else whenever they start fighting. Cowboy still hasn't been spotted. I think Flood has an idea, although he may be just looking far. Yeah, he's looking far at Furia, so he's not seeing the hole close up.
Well, I mean, it's the way that the hill kind of slides down into the tree. You have to assume that somebody might be around it, but instead of going for any nades, hold those in the pocket, see if you can get a multi-target and get some connections to it. Wolf, as long as Cowboy doesn't ruin their life, they have the ability to kind of force Fury to keep moving onto this line and put them closer into Rock. So Wolf is keeping control over the momentum and the circle itself, even though they're not overextending and kind of moving more down to the south. There's no cover there. Instead, they're just staying as entrenched as they can and just continuing harassing Fury. Get closer and closer to Rock. And if anything, that's buying them more space and more control over that center dot as we are now in phase number 9.
Sneakiest lad. 5 kills for Liquid. Hell of a day for Liquid so far here today, and they've managed to take over first place once again. Furia still 4 points behind them. They could come up and take it away. Nice grenade will take down Sparking Kawazine down to half HP. The follow-up Molotov, that should be enough to do it. He's going to have to run out and get into another ditch. Can he survive? He can.
Survives it just enough. See, Wolf has moved more down to the south, hoping for this firefight to get a bit dicier. Cowboy just still being as patient as possible. He can absolutely be the X factor that ruins Wolf as they do get vision onto Furia. It feels like Copenhagen Wolf is starting to find a lot of successes around this. Now can they just take down the biggest threat looming in front of them in Furia? If they can do so, they still have all 4 players up if they can get the res as well. But closer and closer they get to Cowboy, the bigger of a problem that's going to be as Furia does drop, which means that for now, Team Liquid holds on to first.
Snakers feeling himself here in the final game of the day. 5 kills for themselves so far. Rock able to get Sparking back on his feet. They're back up to a duo, but at what cost as Cowboy just continues to play the dip as long as he can. He's going to find Vox. He comes out at the perfect time, but will go down in the end. And Copenhagen Wolves will get the final victory of the day.
I mean, 1, 2, just one right after another. Copenhagen Wolves, I was waiting for you to have your pop-off. Big game, and I believe that jumped them up into 3rd place, Toffees. Massive performance.
How do you like them apples as the Copenhagen Wolves come away with a good win? I like that all of our teams are putting the Aussies out in front here, okay? The down under lads. Taggleton doing some big plays. We got Flood doing some big plays. And Wolves come away with a massive win. This is setting us up for a pretty cool day 2. Yes, the rich are getting richer, Poro, constantly, but I do think that means that we might be in for a really exciting top half race.
It does, for sure. And that's the question of if these guys can continue to keep finding this success that they've had here today, right? Like, it stands to reason that at some point, at least one of these teams, probably more than that, are going to have a down day and somebody else is going to step up. But that's the question. Who's going to hold on and keep the death grip onto these top spots, considering how much is at stake and how much is on the line? The pressure couldn't be higher.
Could not be higher as we go to day 2. And the good news for all of you guys at home is all of your teams have qualified to day 2. So all 16 teams will advance to day 2. As we come into the highlight reel, Snakers is going to have a lot of them. That was a nice spray there. We saw a really sick left, right, left lean spray in the end game from Snakers. This guy, why do you have to get a real job, Matt?
Oh, man, it's just too much money.
Right?
He makes too much money in the real world. He's just, maybe if the Wolves, though, keep popping off like this, he could maybe be deterred. Make some of that good PGC money.
Get that PGC cash, right? Yeah.
He's handsome. He's got a good job, a high-paying job. He's good at video games. Like,
whoa!
You know, leave some for the rest of us, Snakers. Jeez, but 20 points there for Copenhagen Wolves will climb them back into the conversation.
Just out here objectifying Snakers, the snackers of
Absolutely.
PUBG.
He likes it.
Yeah, right. He's playing well. Like I said, we've watched this guy's career from start to finish, so seeing them do well is great. I love this H-Win on the team. It was the shakeup at Falcons, I think, was shocking for a lot of people and left a lot of question marks. I know this is not what H-Win and the guys want to hear, right? But like H-Win and the Copenhagen Wolves seems like a really, really good fit. And I love watching sort of what he has brought to this roster and them play as they move up to 3rd place off the back of kind of a slow start. The real story, though, is Team Liquid and Furia are the 1-2 punch of the Americas, Poro, and they are out of control.
Yeah. You feel like they're running away with it, but again, it's only one day, right? There's still 10 more games to play, so there's plenty of opportunities for other teams to kind of find their rhythm, and there's plenty of opportunities for Liquid and Fury to kind of fall off a little bit. Now, keep in mind, Liquid for the first 3 games today got some fantastic circles, fantastic compounds in those circles as well. Furia was kind of the same bit, so if they don't get that same luck going into tomorrow, you could manage to see them kind of slide a little bit. But I think if you're Team Liquid, I think if you're Furia, what you do is even if you don't get that luck, you still go in there thinking, okay, we've got the lead, we've got a really good start. Let's just make sure that we get 4 points, 5 points a game, even if we're in a bad situation. Let's try to get something. Don't leave there with any donuts.
Yeah, I agree with that. Stay tight, stay strong. Now, here's a solid comparison on the head-to-head, Matt. I knew that they were close in points. I'm really impressed with Furia's overall damage output. Like, yeah, they have less kills, but they are constantly inside of these battles.
This has been a lot closer of a statistic than whenever we've been looking at our 1-2, right? Average survival points perfectly aligned. Average kills a bit more leaning onto the Team Liquid side, but just barely. And then damage on the other side of it between the two it's just been it's just all of these squads are starting to try to find more and more ways to establish playing these, I guess, weirder circles, play around the destructible environment. But these two guys that we're looking at right here, Snakers and Luke 12, put on a hell of a show today. Good Lord, the amount of damage coming out of Luke is ridiculous.
More power from down under, as Luke did look incredibly good. 12 kills, 1930. Not always the player that gets the praise, Poro, when it comes to Team Liquid. We talk about Alo, we talk about Kurt, but I feel like Luke 12 has been sort of quietly grinding and working his butt off, and it's showing here.
He definitely had a fall off part for a while there, but it feels like he's kind of back into it. Like, it feels like they're putting him into good positions, and obviously he's collecting kills, he's collecting a lot of damage, so things seem to be popping on all cylinders right now for Liquid. And that going into tomorrow, like, Godlike has to be sweating, because you do not need Team Liquid. I don't know what the math is going to look like at the end when all things are said and done. Like, I don't know where Godlike would need to finish to make sure that they hold on to their 2nd place overall in PGC standings. But I do know one thing: if Team Liquid wins this, they're basically done, I think. unless they finish like third.
I think that goes for the Wolves too. Like the Wolves, they're in a win condition, right? Like they have to essentially get, I think, first or second in this event. First, if they really want to have that bid. And I think with God, like sitting back there behind the halfway cut, like you're right. The stress on that has to be crazy, Matt, as they try to figure out where do you come in and what do you do tomorrow. Like, do you just go like hardcore on day one because you have to make up for 5 games today?
I mean, that's a squad that can do it, but we haven't seen them do it yet. Whenever we've been seeing squads like Fury and Posa do it instead. And we're entering a new era for Posa in and of himself, it feels like. I mean, he's always been so involved in so many of the successes from his squad. But it feels like Posa is playing so much more confident than we've even seen him play in the past, which is insane to say in and of itself, man. This is a team that in Furia is playing entirely different than what we saw kind of going on with them in the last finals. This is a lot more, I guess, reliance on each other, but also just you make me better, so I'm going to put you in the position to be better, and then I'm just going to have no fear to go for what I'm going to go after because I know you've got my back, and it's working well.
Yeah, he's going to have to change his name from Posa to The Real Deal as this guy continues to put up big numbers. Head-to-head, Wolf versus Toyo. Another solid comparison. Toyo has been in and out of that top 5 all day today, sort of hanging around. They got alligator blood. They're getting a lot of damage, but they don't seem to be really converting those to kills, Poro.
I mean, it's kind of the story with Toyo, right? It was like, what are they going to be able to get the kills? Usually they are pretty decent at getting placement and stuff like that, but the kills has always kind of been like, if they're given the just perfect scenario, then maybe they'll come out on top. And today they managed to collect quite a few off of just rather imperfect scenarios. So I like the trajectory that Toyo is on right now, but I just need to see it go from 1 day into 2 days.
Do you ever wonder if Luke meant to be Luker instead of Luke 12, and we just read it as a 12 instead of Lee Speak? Sometimes I wonder that. And he just accepted it. Interesting. That is a huge damage count. It is a crazy kill count. I know we've already sort of talked about Luke 12, but to see him coming out, putting up numbers, that's exciting. In fact, this entire renaissance of Team Liquid is exciting, Matt, because the three of us knuckleheads have been watching this roster since the beginning of, well, it feels like time, right? And they've been so good, and then ups and downs and roller coasters. This is amazing to see.
Look, okay, I know it's a CLG meme, but the faithful have finally started to be rewarded yet again, as we have just been patient on this time and time again, because we know that this squad, the players on it are so good. It's just a matter of whatever was missing, that, I guess, X factor, that hidden spice, whatever you want to say, finally feels like it's been found a bit more again.
I don't know what CLG is. I'm assuming it's anime, just based on my background.
Wow.
Is it? No. Okay. All right. Well, I've got good news. I've got good news to get us away from that. It's an interview, not with that just anybody, but with the man, the myth, the legend. We just talked about him. Let's bring him in here. It's not the 11th. It's not the 13th. It's Luke 12 from Team Liquid, the Horseman himself. Welcome, my friend. Excellent day of play. Good Lord. What has Liquid been doing? Guys? You guys are like gods out there. What are you doing this year?
Today was, pretty good. We got some good circles and we played pretty well. So that's about it for today.
Blistering answer. Poro?
Man of many words, he is. Look, I mean, obviously you guys have been playing around for a long time, and you've had bad days, you've had good days. So you said you got the day today where you got a lot of circles, you managed to capitalize off of that, get a lot of points. What, especially now that you've got a new member in, what is it like going from a really good day into the next day compared to going from like a really bad day into the next day? Is there any difference, or do you kind of try to keep that level head regardless of the situation?
I think there's a bit of confidence that you can carry on to the next day, but obviously you have to keep a level head and make sure you're not being too confident and making mistakes that you wouldn't make normally. And we put in a lot of work recently to just stay measured and close out our games, so that's what we're going to be really focusing on for tomorrow.
Well, thank you for coming and hanging out with us, because I know you got to be a little bit shell-shocked, because the last game wasn't necessarily the friendliest to you guys. You guys started off with a weird bridge camp around military base and then just had to essentially dig holes to survive while 4 different squads were just throwing nades over your head. But in this type of environment where you're having to just, it feels like Americas has gotten a lot more gung-ho with squads like Rent Free coming in, a lot of early game skirmishing. How are you guys adapting to that, given the fact that you often kind of are one of the tail end squads that come into circles? Is it just more you're trying to play passive, a little bit slower to get a read of the circles, or are you just, how do you guys approach this to make it into these later stages and keep finding this consistency?
I'd say it's just all about your positioning, and you have to know when to avoid the chaos and when to capitalize off the chaos. So if you have a clean edge that you can get for free off a third party, that's a really good take. But if you're the team getting into the center and fighting and you can just get a third party straight away, you just got to be really careful of those situations.
Nice. So let me follow up with this. It's a question you got to ask the horses. Is this new player, you got Cowboy on the team, this sort of young blood who's been through the gambit so far and is settled on this team, has he brought anything new? What role is he sort of settling into? Talk to us about Cowboy and his position within this roster.
Obviously, Cowboy is an insane fragger, and he has some really good ideas, especially in the late game. And we kind of came into the year and we said it's a fresh start, and let's kind of view it as like a new team and build from the ground up. And I'd say we've been working really hard, and we're just getting better and better.
Nice. I love that. Do you guys, so would you say that you sort of reignited a grind set, or are you finding a really good work-life balance in terms of how you guys are approaching the game?
Well, we've been grinding pretty hard the past 3 weeks here in Brazil, thanks to Alienware and the facility.
Nice.
And we've been double blocking scrims every day, so it's been good to get the hours in.
Putting in work as a group is always really, really rewarding. All right, Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot and make you ask one more question before we let Luke go. What do you got?
We don't get a chance to really interview you a ton, so I want to know, what do you get, like, personally? We talked about the team, the squad, and stuff like that, but what do you consider to be your most successful games and how you go off of them? Like, where do you specifically beat it in on? Is it, like, more control on angles? Is it more just, like, what is your recipe for success as a player that you bring into the team, and what makes your day good?
I think when we're playing good as a team, we're very calm and we're very confident in taking our fights and choosing when to fight the right team. And I play a bit of the anchor role myself, and I feel comfortable when I can make plays off that anchor role as well.
That was excellent for a put on the spot question, which means I gotta do it to Poro too. Poro, quick, on the spot question.
How many mortars dropped on y'all in that last game?
I don't know. I was saying to the team when we were talking about the games after, I looked up at one point and I saw 4 different mortars in the air from different spots just flying towards our general direction. I think there was at least probably like 20 that went off that game, so it was a bit crazy.
And who kicked the router?
I think it was our coach Russ.
Had to been. It had to been.
You know what? I like that. He's preparing you guys for what could happen at a PGC. Be on your game at all times. I like that. Also,
that's
I
wild.
think if there was ever an argument for shooting mortars out of the sky, that, maybe bullets could set them off. Final question: is it Luke 12, or was it ever meant to be Luke?
It's definitely Luke 12. 12 is my lucky number.
Glad we got to the bottom of this.
Yeah.
Well, I thought with a face like that, he'd for sure go with Looker. All right, Luke, thank you so much for joining us. You earned it. Any final thoughts? Anything you want to say to those gathered here this day?
Thanks to all the fans, and thanks to all the family that support us behind the scenes, and yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Luke R. Have a wonderful evening, and we look forward to seeing you guys play tomorrow.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
I'm not going to salute Poro because I don't think he's American. All right. So
it's fine.
Luke 12 plays in America.
Salute him anyway.
But it was a domination from down under, I think, today when we talk about the stats match. From over and over again, we kept seeing features of these lads coming in from down there. It's good to see the down under boys back on top.
Well, technically, isn't it South America that's really dominant right now? Because Team Liquid is in Brazil right now. So I don't know how we equate that. I mean, we should have asked him, like, how the life is going down there with those boys and if they found any good places to eat, because you know that squad runs off of just tasty snacks and chilling together.
So
Purdy has declared in chat that we got our interview for the year. No more requests. I don't know if that's for
Dude,
him
we got
or just
Alo
for Luke.
and Luke this year.
I know, right? What is happening?
It's like unicorns. I didn't even know it was possible to get those guys. Usually they just send like Nomi.
That's true. It's because they can't find Kurt. That robust beard he's grown keeps him hidden. They're not looking for it. It's very sneaky. But it's great down here. And you guys, if you want to get involved, on the bottom of your screen is a QR code to take a survey. You can go now and give us your opinions. Hit the button. Give us your thoughts. Be honest. Crafton is going to read it. Let's take a look. It says that's the end of the day. We're back tomorrow. We're going to be back with even more matches. It's going to be a lot of fun. I promise you that, because the race is on. The top 2 teams look incredibly powerful, but everyone else has 10 games to close the pack. Before we sign out, though, I love final thoughts. I'm going to start off with Matchroom.
Okay, start off. Guys, whenever you're filling out that form that appeared down here, be polite and actually explain stuff. Just don't be like, oh, I hate this one thing. Like actual criticism is useful. So please give that and kind of explain what you like and you don't like. That way we can use that to look forward to the future. Now that eyes onto the future, tomorrow specifically, I gotta say, Falcons, what's up, man? You got to have some more of a pop off. It was very quiet today.
I'm gonna agree with Matt on the Falcons, but I'm gonna say if you want to be mean, you do you. But when it comes to why do I watch PUBG Esports, you need to write Toffees, Poro, and Matchroom. I'm just saying, why not? All right, Poro, final thoughts.
True. It's 100% true. All things are true. Final thoughts. Yeah, the fact that Falcons and Godlike kind of had a little bit of a slow start has kind of thrown this whole affair into disorder and disarray. So it's going to be really interesting to see who steps up tomorrow, if our teams at the top can continue to keep that train rolling in the right direction, or if somebody else is going to come in and throw a wrench into the works, a spanner into the works, if you will. So make sure you guys are here tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Make sure we watch day number 2.
It's going to be an amazing day of play. In the immortal words of Mr. Bean in one of the greatest movies of all time, it's a race. And it is a great race. It is going to go all day. It's going to go for 2 more. So make sure you're here at the same time, at the same place, because this is PUBG. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG, y'all.